This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. It's not something I talk about with people because, well, they look at you differently once you do, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. My name's Rachel. I'm 38, mother of 2 boys, and what I'm about to share has been happening for nearly 15 years now. It started when Daniel, my partner, and I moved into this old house in southern Australia. The place was probably built in the early 1900s. High ceilings, creaky floorboards, the works. We got it cheap because it needed some serious love, but we were young and broke, so we didn't care. The weird stuff started about 3 weeks after we moved in. Nothing major at first, just little things you could brush off, like the pool cues in the back room falling over by themselves. We had this old pool table that came with the house, and sometimes we'd walk into the room to find all the cues on the floor when we'd definitely left them leaning against the wall. Daniel would just shrug it off, but I could tell it bothered him. He's always been more sensitive to this kind of thing, though he rarely talks about it. One night, about 2 months in, I woke up to the sound of all the taps in the house running full blast, and I mean all of them: bathroom, kitchen, laundry. Daniel was already up, turning them off one by one. When I asked him what the hell was going on, he just said, "It happens sometimes," like it was the most normal thing in the world. That's when he finally told me that he thought something had been following him since he was a kid. He didn't elaborate much, just said that weird things would happen around him, doors opening and closing, things moving, the feeling of being watched. I didn't know whether to believe him or not. But after that night, I started paying more attention. Our friend Jake came over for beers one weekend. We were all sitting in the living room when a book flew off the shelf. Not fell, flew, like someone had picked it up and thrown it. Jake went white as a sheet and left about 10 minutes later. He never came back to our house. When I texted him about it later, all he said was, "I don't know what you've got going on there, but I'm not getting involved." The longer we lived there, the more frequent these things became. Doors would slam so hard the whole house would shake. Sometimes in the middle of the night I'd hear footsteps in the hallway, but when I'd check, no one was there. Daniel started sleeping worse, always looking tired and on edge. We lasted about a year before deciding to move. We told ourselves it was because Daniel got a job offer in Brisbane, but honestly, I think we both just wanted out of that house. Things were normal for a while after we moved. The apartment in Brisbane was newer, smaller, and we had neighbors on all sides. I started to think maybe it had been the house after all, that maybe old houses just make weird noises and play tricks on you. Then came that night in August. I still remember the date because it was the 13th, which feels significant now. We'd been in Brisbane for about 3 months. I woke up suddenly, heart racing like I'd had a nightmare, though I couldn't remember dreaming anything. The room felt cold, which was strange for Brisbane in August. Daniel was sitting straight up in bed, staring at the corner of the room. I followed his gaze, and that's when I saw him. A young Aboriginal man, maybe in his 20s, with curly shoulder-length hair. He wasn't wearing a shirt, just some kind of dark pants or trousers, and he was holding a coil of rope in his hands. The strangest part was that he was smiling at us, not in a threatening way, but like he knew us. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even move. For what felt like forever, we all just stayed like that. Daniel and me frozen in bed, and this person standing in our room, smiling. Then Daniel whispered, "Can you see him?" And I nodded. As soon as I did, the figure disappeared. Not like he walked away or faded out gradually. He was just gone in an instant. Daniel turned on the light, and we stayed up the rest of the night talking. He told me he'd seen this same man before, multiple times throughout his life. Sometimes just glimpses, sometimes full apparitions like that night, always with the rope, always smiling. We moved again about a year later, this time to Adelaide. Daniel had gotten a better job, and I was pregnant with our first son, Jack. We bought a house in a quiet suburb, a newer build from the 1970s. I thought maybe a fresh start, a new baby, a modern house. Maybe that would be the end of it. For a while, it seemed like it was. Jack was born, and we were so busy being new parents that we didn't have time to worry about anything supernatural. Then, when Jack was about 2, he started refusing to sleep in his own room. He'd scream and cry and cling to me whenever we tried to put him down. One night he came running into our room at 3 in the morning, hysterical, pointing back toward his bedroom door, screaming, "The man! The man!" Daniel went to check and, of course, found nothing. We assumed it was just typical toddler nightmares until it kept happening. Jack would wake up terrified, always talking about the man who stood by his bed or in his closet. We took him to doctors, thinking maybe he was having night terrors, but they said he was perfectly healthy. 2 years later, our second son, Liam, was born. By this point, Jack had mostly stopped talking about the man, and I'd convinced myself it was just a phase. Then one morning, when Liam was about 4, he was eating breakfast and suddenly stopped, staring under the table. When I asked him what he was looking at, he said completely matter of fact, "The man with the black face and the green jacket. He's hiding under there watching me." I looked under the table. Nothing. But when I asked Liam to describe the man more, he said he had big curly hair and was holding a jumpy thing that he couldn't name. When I showed him a picture of a jump rope, he nodded enthusiastically and said, "Yes, like that, but bigger." That's when the dog started acting weird too. We'd adopted Max, a golden retriever mix, when Liam was 2. He was the calmest, most even-tempered dog you could imagine until he suddenly wasn't. He started barking at empty corners, growling at the ceiling, refusing to go into certain rooms. Sometimes he'd stand at the end of the hallway, hackles raised, staring at nothing we could see. I finally broke down and asked Daniel's mom about it all. She got this strange look on her face and admitted that when Daniel was young, she had dabbled in some things, what she called white magic, trying to contact her deceased father. She thought she'd closed whatever doors she'd opened, but now she wasn't so sure. The thing is, this Aboriginal man with the rope has never done anything threatening. He just appears, watches, smiles sometimes. But it's terrifying because he's everywhere we go. We've moved 3 times since Adelaide, and he's followed us to each new place. The boys are 13 and 11 now, and they still occasionally mention seeing him, though they're much more casual about it these days. "Oh, rope guy was in the backyard today," Jack will say, like he's talking about the mailman or something. I've tried researching Aboriginal spirits and the significance of rope in their traditions, but nothing quite matches what we experience. Daniel thinks maybe this spirit was somehow connected to the land where his mother did her workings and latched onto their family, or maybe it's something else entirely. Last month, I was home alone, doing laundry in the basement. I turned around to grab the detergent, and there he was, standing by the stairs. This time he wasn't just smiling, he nodded at me, like we were old friends passing in the hallway. Then he was gone. I don't know what he wants or why he's attached to us. Most days I can push it to the back of my mind and just live normally. But sometimes, especially on quiet nights when I'm the last one awake, I find myself scanning the dark corners of the house, wondering if he's watching. Sometimes I think I see movement from the corner of my eye, or feel a sudden cold spot as I walk down the hallway. The boys have friends over, Daniel has colleagues visit, and no one else ever seems to notice anything. It's just us, just the family. Whatever this is, whoever this Aboriginal man with the rope is, he's chosen us for some reason. And after 15 years, I'm no closer to understanding why than I was that first night in Brisbane. The dogs still bark at nothing. Things still occasionally move when no one's touched them. And sometimes, when I'm putting the boys to bed, I'll catch a glimpse of someone standing in the doorway behind me. But when I turn around, there's never anyone there. Story 2. I still remember the excitement in my mom's voice when she called to tell us she'd found our dream home. It was January 1965. And we'd been renting a small place in Carmel for about 6 months after moving from Sacramento. The rental was nice enough, but it was temporary. My mom, Eleanor, had been determined to find us a permanent home. "Kids, I've got big news," she announced at dinner that night, her eyes bright with excitement. I was 16 then, the oldest after my brother Jacob, who was 17, my sisters, Linda, 14, Melanie, 13, Charity, 12, and little Rachel, 10, all looked up from their plates. "We're buying a house," Mom continued, clasping her hands together. "It's perfect. A 3-story townhouse with plenty of room for everyone, and you won't believe the deal I got. No down payment, just taking over the mortgage payments." Jacob raised an eyebrow. "No down payment? What's the catch?" "No catch," Mom insisted. "The previous owner just needed to sell quickly. We can move in next week." We were all excited, of course. Having our own home had been Mom's dream since Dad left 3 years earlier. She'd worked double shifts as a nurse to save enough, and now her persistence had paid off. The house was on Cypress Lane, a narrow street lined with similarly narrow townhouses. Ours was the tallest on the block, 3 stories plus an attic and basement. It was old but had character, with dark wood trim and creaky floorboards that Mom called charming. Moving day came quickly. The layout was perfect. The basement became Mom's bedroom. She insisted it was cozy, not damp. The main floor had the kitchen and living room. Jacob got his own room on the 2nd floor, while Linda and Melanie shared the other. Charity and Rachel would share the finished attic space, which they were thrilled about. "It's like having our own apartment," Charity exclaimed as we carried boxes up the narrow staircase to the attic. I remember noticing how cold it was up there, even though it was a mild February day. "Mom, the heating doesn't work up here," I called down. "Just open the vents, honey," she called back. The realtor said the furnace is brand new. I found the vents and opened them fully, but the chill remained. Rachel didn't seem to mind, bouncing on her bed and claiming the window seat that overlooked the street. The first few days were busy with unpacking and settling in. It wasn't until about a week later that things started to feel off. It began with small things, items disappearing and reappearing in strange places. My hairbrush vanished from the bathroom counter and turned up in the kitchen cupboard. Jacob's textbooks migrated from his desk to under the sofa. "Who's been moving my stuff?" he demanded one morning, frustrated after spending 20 minutes searching for his history assignment. Everyone denied touching his things. It became a common occurrence. Accusations, denials, growing tension between us siblings. Then came the voices. I was alone in the kitchen one afternoon washing dishes when I distinctly heard someone call my name. It sounded like it came from the basement stairs. "Mom," I called, thinking she must have come home early from work. No answer. I dried my hands and checked, but the basement was empty. Mom's bed was neatly made, the room still and silent. Later that evening I mentioned it casually. "Did anyone come home early today?" Everyone shook their heads. "I could have sworn I heard someone call my name," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. Jacob looked up sharply. "What time was this?" "Around 3. Why?" "I heard someone call me too. I was in my room studying." His expression was troubled. "I thought it was one of you messing around." Within days, we were all experiencing it. Voices calling our names when we were alone, footsteps on the stairs when no one was there. Mom dismissed our concerns, attributing the sounds to the house settling or neighbors' noises carrying through the walls. By March, the atmosphere in the house had changed. We were all on edge, snapping at each other over trivial matters. Mom was working longer hours to cover the mortgage, leaving us alone more often. Jacob and I tried to keep things normal for the younger ones, but it was getting harder. Charity was the first to change noticeably. Always a bubbly, talkative child, she became withdrawn, spending hours alone in the attic. I'd find her staring out the window or whispering to herself. "Who are you talking to?" I asked one day, trying to sound casual as I brought up clean laundry. She turned to me with an expression that made my skin crawl. Distant, almost vacant. "The tree people," she said simply, then turned back to the window. I glanced outside. There was a single oak tree in the tiny backyard, its branches nowhere near the attic window. "Char, there aren't any trees near the window," I said gently. Not outside, she replied. Inside, in the walls. They're hungry. I told Mom about it that night, but she was exhausted from a double shift and barely listened. She's always had an active imagination, she murmured. She'll grow out of it. But Charity didn't grow out of it. If anything, she retreated further into whatever world she was creating. Rachel, sharing the attic with her, began having nightmares and wetting the bed, something she hadn't done since she was 4. I don't want to sleep up there anymore, Rachel sobbed one night after coming downstairs at 2 in the morning. The scratching keeps me awake. What scratching? Mom asked, finally showing concern. In the walls, Rachel whispered, and Charity talks to it. That was the first night we witnessed something truly unexplainable. As we stood in the kitchen trying to calm Rachel, a cabinet door flew open. Not just swung open, it flew open, banging against the wall with such force that the hinges bent. Seconds later, dishes began shooting out of the cabinet, one after another, smashing against the opposite wall. We stood frozen in shock. 6 plates shattered before the barrage stopped as suddenly as it had begun. The silence afterward was deafening. Mom found her voice first. It must be the house settling. These old places shift and... Houses don't throw plates, Mom. Jacob's voice cracked with fear and anger. After that night, the incidents escalated rapidly. Objects would fly across rooms without warning. Doors would slam shut and refuse to open. The temperature would plummet in certain areas of the house, creating pockets of frigid air, even as spring arrived. The worst was the night Jacob came running down from the attic stairs, white-faced and trembling. He'd gone up to check on the girls when we heard Charity laughing hysterically at midnight. "There's something up there," he gasped, collapsing onto the sofa. Something black. It was floating at the top of the stairs. Floating? Linda's voice was skeptical despite her fear. "Not like a balloon," Jacob snapped. "Like a shadow, but solid. It came at me, chased me down the stairs." As if to confirm his story, the pictures lining the stairwell suddenly flew off the walls, glass shattering on the steps. Mom finally admitted we needed help. First came a local priest who blessed the house with holy water. Then a self-proclaimed psychic from Monterey who burned sage and placed crystals in the corners of rooms. A couple who specialized in spiritual cleansing spent an entire day performing rituals that left the house smelling of incense, but no less frightening. Nothing helped. If anything, each attempt seemed to make things worse, as if whatever was in the house was angered by our efforts to remove it. By April, we were living in a nightmare. The physical attacks had become personal. Linda was pushed down the basement stairs by invisible hands, resulting in a broken wrist. Melanie woke up with scratches on her back, 3 parallel lines too precise to be self-inflicted. Rachel refused to go upstairs at all, sleeping on the living room sofa. And Charity. Charity was no longer herself. She spoke in whispers, sometimes in words none of us understood. She drew strange symbols on her bedroom walls with crayons, markers, whatever she could find. When Mom tried to wash them off, they reappeared the next day, darker and more precise. The night that pushed us to the breaking point came in late April. I was awakened by screaming. Not fearful screaming, but a high, hysterical laughter that echoed through the house. I found everyone gathered outside the attic door, which had somehow locked from the inside. "Charity won't open it," Mom explained, her face haggard with exhaustion and fear. "She's been laughing like that for 20 minutes. Jacob shouldered past us. "Stand back," he ordered, then rammed the door with his weight. It took 3 attempts before the lock gave way. The scene inside the attic is burned into my memory. Charity stood in the center of the room, but not on the floor. She was suspended about a foot in the air, her nightgown rippling as if in a breeze, though the windows were closed. Her head was tipped back at an unnatural angle, that terrible laughter still pouring from her throat. The walls were covered in the symbols she'd been drawing, but these weren't crayon marks. They glistened wetly in the dim light. Blood. She'd cut her own arms and used the blood to draw all over the walls and ceiling. The moment we entered, Charity's body dropped to the floor like a puppet with cut strings. The laughter stopped. replaced by a deep, rasping voice that couldn't possibly have come from my 12-year-old sister's throat. "Mine now," it said. "All mine." Mom called a priest the next morning, not the local one who'd blessed the house, but an older man from San Francisco who specialized in what he carefully termed spiritual disturbances. Father Matthews arrived that evening carrying a worn leather case. He interviewed us individually, asked about the history of the house, and examined the attic room where Charity was now confined, sedated by a doctor who diagnosed her with acute nervous breakdown. After several hours, he asked to speak to Mom alone. I eavesdropped, of course. We all did, huddled at the top of the stairs while they talked in the kitchen. "This house has a history, Mrs. Williams." The priest's voice was grave. "It was owned by the church until 1963. It was donated by a parishioner, but after what happened, the diocese sold it quickly." "What happened?" Mom's voice trembled. "2 priests were found dead in the attic. Murdered. Their throats were... Well, the details aren't important. What matters is that symbols were found, drawn in their blood, symbols associated with demonic worship." There was a long silence before he continued. "I checked the property records. This house has changed hands 5 times in 2 years before you purchased it. No one stays longer than a few months." "Why wasn't I told this?" Mum's voice rose with anger. "I suspect the real estate agent omitted certain facts," Father Matthews replied dryly. "It would explain the unusually favorable terms of your purchase." Later that night, after examining Charity, Father Matthews performed what I now know was an exorcism in the attic room. We were ordered to stay downstairs, but the sounds that came from above were horrifying. Crashes, screams that weren't Charity's voice, and at one point, what sounded like dozens of people speaking in unison. When Father Matthews finally came downstairs 3 hours later, his face was gray with exhaustion, his clerical collar stained with sweat. He looked 20 years older than when he'd arrived. "You need to leave this house," he said without preamble. "Tonight. Don't pack. Don't delay. Just go." "But Charity," Mom began. "Bring her as she is. I've done what I can. But this house..." He shook his head. "This house doesn't want you to leave." As if in response to his words, every door in the house slammed shut simultaneously. The lights flickered, then went out completely. In the darkness, I felt something brush against my face, soft, like fingertips, but ice cold. "Go now." Father Matthews' voice cut through the darkness. We made our way to the front door, Jacob carrying a still sedated Charity. The door wouldn't budge, neither would the windows. What happened next still haunts my nightmares. As we stood trapped in our own home, the temperature plummeted. Our breath clouded in front of us, and then, from the top of the stairs, we heard footsteps, heavy, deliberate steps coming slowly down from the attic. They weren't human footsteps. Whatever was descending made the entire staircase creak and groan as if under enormous weight. And accompanying the steps was a smell, like rotting meat and something chemical, something burning. Father Matthews began praying loudly in Latin, holding up a crucifix that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. The footsteps stopped halfway down the stairs. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Then every breakable object in the house, windows, mirrors, glasses, light bulbs, shattered simultaneously. Somehow, in the chaos that followed, the front door sprang open. We ran into the night, not stopping until we reached the sidewalk. Looking back, I saw a shadow fill the doorway. Massive, shapeless, darker than the darkness around it. Father Matthews stood his ground between that thing and us, still praying. There was a sound like thunder, though the sky was clear. The priest was thrown backward as if hit by a car, landing heavily on the lawn. The door slammed shut with such force that the frame cracked. We never went back. Left everything we owned in that house on Cypress Lane. Mom's friend took us in while Father Matthews was hospitalized with what doctors called a heart attack. Charity gradually returned to herself, though she never remembered what happened in the attic. To this day, I can't explain what haunted that house or why it focused its attention on my sister. The property was eventually demolished after a fire in 1971, a fire that investigators said started in the attic and burned so hot that it melted metal. Sometimes I still wake up convinced I hear footsteps on stairs that aren't there. And sometimes in dreams, I see those symbols Charity drew and understand what they mean. Then I wake up screaming, grateful to have forgotten oral roots. Story 3. I've been putting off writing about this for months. Honestly, I'm not even sure why I'm sharing this now, except that it's getting worse, and I don't know who to turn to anymore. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. Even my therapist gives me that look. You know the one. When I try to explain what's happening, maybe writing this down will help me make sense of things, or at least prove to myself that I'm not losing my mind. It all started about 7 months ago after my breakup with Mark. 4 years together, and he ends it with a text message. Real classy. I couldn't stand being in our apartment anymore. Too many memories. So I found this place in Pine Haven. It was nothing special, just a small 1-bedroom in a 6-unit building downtown, but it was mine. The rent was reasonable, the neighbors kept to themselves, and for the first time in forever, I felt like I could breathe again. The first 3 weeks were actually really nice. I was enjoying the quiet, the freedom. I could eat cereal for dinner without anyone judging me. I could blast my music at 3 in the morning if I wanted to. I didn't, but I could have. It felt good to be alone. Then the weird stuff started happening. At first it was just little things, my keys not being where I left them, lights flickering when I entered a room. I blamed it on stress and being absent-minded. When I found my coffee mug in the bathroom one morning, I laughed it off, thinking I must have brought it in while half asleep. But then my clothes started showing up in strange places. I'd find a sock in the kitchen sink, or a shirt I swear I'd hung up suddenly on the floor of the living room. I started doubting myself, wondering if I was more messed up over the breakup than I thought. Then came that night. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone, about to fall asleep when I heard it. Breathing. Not my breathing, someone else's. It was coming from just outside my bedroom door. Slow, deep breaths, like someone trying to be quiet but not quite managing it. I froze, my heart practically exploding in my chest. My phone slipped from my fingers as I strained to listen. The breathing continued, steady and deliberate. I wanted to call out, to ask who was there, but my voice wouldn't work. After what felt like forever, I finally worked up the courage to get up and check. Nothing. The apartment was empty. I checked every corner, behind the shower curtain, under the bed, all the places you're supposed to check in scary movies. Nothing was out of place. I even checked the locks on my front door and windows. Everything was secure. I convinced myself it was just the pipes or maybe the neighbors. Old buildings make weird noises, right? That's what I kept telling myself as I climbed back into bed. But I didn't sleep much that night. The next few days were quiet. No breathing, no moved objects. I started to relax, thinking maybe it had all been in my head. Then I woke up one night to find my closet door open. I'm absolutely positive I closed it before going to bed. I always do. It's a habit from childhood. But there it was, standing wide open, and from inside, I could hear breathing again. The same slow, deliberate breaths I'd heard before, but this time coming from inside my closet. I reached for my phone with shaking hands and turned on the flashlight. I pointed it toward the closet, dreading what I might see. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating my hanging clothes and the back wall. There was no one there, nothing visible at least, but I could still hear the breathing, and worse, I could feel someone, something, watching me. I got up, my legs wobbly underneath me, and approached the closet. The breathing got quieter as I got closer, almost like it was retreating. I checked inside, pushing clothes aside, shining my light into every corner. Nothing, but the feeling of being watched remained. I grabbed a chair from my desk and wedged it under the closet doorknob, barricading it shut. I spent the rest of the night with all the lights on, huddled under my blankets, jumping at every sound. When morning finally came, I was exhausted and strung out from fear and lack of sleep. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching the building's history, looking for stories of deaths or tragedies, anything that might explain what was happening. Nothing came up. The building was only 20 years old, no reported deaths, no notorious crimes, just an ordinary apartment building in an ordinary town. That night I left all the lights on and fell into an exhausted sleep. I woke sometime in the middle of the night to find the air in my room heavy and oppressive, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. My phone was gone from the nightstand where I'd left it, and the closet door was wide open again, the chair I'd used to barricade it pushed neatly against the wall. The breathing was louder now, filling the entire room. It wasn't coming from any specific direction. It was everywhere, surrounding me. I reached for the lamp beside my bed, desperate for light, but as my hand touched the switch, I heard something else. A whisper. Alex. My name, whispered so close to my ear I could feel the breath, but I was alone in the room, or at least I was supposed to be. Suddenly, my bedroom door slammed shut with such force the walls shook. I screamed, a pathetic, strangled sound that didn't even seem like it came from me. I scrambled across my bed, tangled in sheets, trying to get to the light switch on the wall, but I couldn't find my phone to see where I was going. After what felt like an eternity of blind panic, my hand hit something hard under my pillow. My phone. I grabbed it and turned on the flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it twice. I swept the light around the room. The closet appeared empty, but the whispering continued, a constant stream of unintelligible words with my name mixed in. Alex. Behind. Alex. Door. Alex. I couldn't take it anymore. I bolted for the bedroom door, yanked it open, and ran into the living room, turning on every light as I went. I spent the rest of the night on the couch, the TV blaring to drown out any sounds, jumping at every shadow. When morning finally came, I went back to my bedroom to get dressed for work. I couldn't call in sick 2 days in a row. That's when I saw it, scratched into the inside of my bedroom door, as if someone had used their fingernails to carve the words, "He's behind the door." I lost it. I grabbed a backpack, stuffed it with some clothes and essentials, and decided I was getting the hell out. I didn't care about my security deposit or my furniture or anything else. I just needed to leave. As I was rushing to the front door, keys in hand, I felt it, cold breathing on the back of my neck, not just feeling the air, but actually feeling someone's breath, icy cold and moist against my skin. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just ran, slamming the door behind me, practically falling down the stairs in my rush to get out of the building. I never went back. I sent an email to the landlord saying there was a family emergency and I had to leave town immediately. I told him to keep my security deposit and donate whatever I left behind. I crashed on a friend's couch for a few weeks until I found a new place on the other side of town. But here's the thing, it followed me. Even in my new apartment, I hear the breathing sometimes, not as often, not as loud, but it's there, and sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I hear my name whispered in the darkness. Alex. I've had the place checked for gas leaks, for mold, for anything that might cause hallucinations. I've been to doctors, therapists, even a paranormal investigator. I was desperate, okay? No one has found anything wrong with the apartment or with me, beyond anxiety and possible PTSD from a traumatic experience. But I know what I hear, I know what I feel, and sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I see something moving behind doors, just as they close. Something tall and thin, and not quite human. I don't know what it wants, or when it will stop. I don't know if it's something that was in that apartment before me, or if it's something that found me and decided to stay. All I know is that it's still here, watching and waiting. And sometimes, late at night, I find things moved from where I left them. And once, just last week, I woke up to find 3 words scratched into my bathroom mirror, "Still behind you." I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. I'm afraid to sleep. I'm afraid to close my eyes in the shower. I'm afraid of what's waiting behind every door. If anyone has experienced something similar or knows what this thing might be or what it wants from me, please help. I don't know how much longer I can live like this. And if you've recently moved into apartment 4B at 1217 Pine Street in Pinehaven, get out now. Don't wait until you hear the breathing. Story 4. I still can't explain what happened that night in my grandmother's basement in Blackwood. It's been 3 months, and I get chills every time I think about it. I've always been the skeptical type, an atheist who never bought into ghost stories or paranormal stuff. But after that night, I don't know what to believe anymore. My girlfriend Maya and I were staying at my grandmother's place while visiting for the weekend. The house is pretty old, built sometime in the 1960s, I think. Nothing fancy or particularly creepy about it, just a normal suburban home with dark wood paneling and that distinctive musty smell old houses get. My grandmother had set up the pull-out couch in the basement for us, which was fine. The basement was finished but still had that typical basement feel, slightly cooler than the rest of the house, with a drop ceiling and old carpet that had seen better days. That night, we went to bed around 9. We'd spent the day helping my grandmother with yard work and were exhausted. Maya fell asleep almost immediately. I remember scrolling through my phone for a bit, then setting it on the side table, switching it off and settling into sleep. The basement was pitch black with the lights off, the kind of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. I closed my eyes and started drifting off when something changed. That's the only way I can describe it. At first, it was actually pleasant. This wave of comfort washed over me, not like normal relaxation before sleep, but something deeper. It felt unnatural but not threatening initially, like being wrapped in the warmest, most comfortable blanket imaginable, but the sensation was coming from inside my body rather than outside. Then I noticed the humming. It started soft, almost imperceptible, but gradually got louder. The weird part was that it wasn't the same in both ears. My left ear picked up a faster frequency, while my right ear detected something slower, deeper. The sounds didn't match up, creating this disorienting stereo effect in my head, and the more these frequencies accelerated, the more intensely relaxed I felt. It was almost like being drugged, but I hadn't taken anything. I tried to open my eyes, thinking maybe I was dreaming. That's when things got truly terrifying. My eyes were open, I know they were, but I wasn't seeing the darkness of the basement anymore. Instead, I was seeing other rooms of my grandmother's house, rooms I shouldn't have been able to see from the basement. First the kitchen appeared in my vision, then the living room, then the upstairs hallway, but they weren't normal. Each room had this pale, fuzzy silhouette standing in the center, not solid or clearly defined, more like a smudge of static, vaguely human-shaped but wrong somehow. The silhouettes didn't move, just stood there facing me, and as I watched, the rooms flashed before me in sequence, like someone rapidly changing TV channels, each with that same standing figure. I started to panic, but couldn't move. The comfort I'd been feeling transformed in an instant, like flipping a switch. 1 second I felt this unnatural euphoria, the next I was gripped by the sharpest terror I've ever experienced. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode, and this crushing anxiety pressed down on me from all sides. Then came the squeezing. God, the squeezing. It felt like my brain was being compressed inside my skull. Not a headache. I've had migraines before, and this was nothing like that. This was like some external force was physically squeezing my brain, applying pressure from all directions simultaneously. The pain was intense but strangely localized, confined entirely to my brain while the rest of my body remained untouched. I tried to move, to scream, to wake Maya, but couldn't. My body was completely paralyzed. I've had sleep paralysis a few times before in my life, usually when I'm really stressed, but this was different. With sleep paralysis, I always knew what was happening. There was always that small, rational part of my mind that recognized I was experiencing a known phenomenon. This time, that rational part was gone. All I knew was terror. The visions of the rooms continued flashing faster and faster. The silhouettes seemed to grow more defined with each cycle, developing features that were just on the edge of recognition. The humming in my ears reached an almost unbearable pitch, the two frequencies competing with each other, creating this nauseating dissonance. I don't know how long this lasted. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Suddenly, like a rubber band snapping, I broke free from the paralysis. My entire body started shaking uncontrollably, not like shivering from cold. This was violent trembling that I couldn't stop. My teeth were chattering so hard I was afraid they'd break, and my limbs were jerking like I was having some kind of seizure. I reached out and shook Maya awake. She sat up, confused and groggy, asking what was wrong. I couldn't even form words to explain. All I knew was that we needed to get out of that basement right fucking now. I grabbed her arm and practically dragged her up the stairs. She kept asking what was happening, but I just kept saying, "We need to go, we need to get out." We ended up spending the rest of the night in my car. Maya was understandably freaked out, not just by whatever had happened to me, but by my behavior. I tried to explain, but how do you describe something like that? I told her I'd had a nightmare, but she didn't buy it. She knows what I look like when I wake up from a bad dream, and this was different. I was pale, sweating, and still trembling hours later. The worst part was that the physical sensations didn't stop when I broke free from the paralysis. The brain-squeezing feeling continued, less intense but still there, like aftershocks following an earthquake. The trembling took hours to fully subside. By morning, I was physically exhausted, like I'd run a marathon. We went back inside for breakfast, and my grandmother immediately asked if everything was okay. I lied and said I hadn't felt well in the night. I couldn't bring myself to tell her what happened. She's religious and would probably have called her pastor to perform an exorcism or something. Plus, I still wasn't sure what I'd experienced. I've tried to rationalize it since then. Maybe it was some weird neurological event, some kind of seizure or migraine variant I'd never had before. Maybe it was carbon monoxide, though the house has detectors and no one else was affected. Maybe it was sleep paralysis combined with hypnagogic hallucinations, though that doesn't explain the physical symptoms that persisted afterward. But none of these explanations feel right. There was something deliberate about the experience, something that felt intelligent and directed. The way the visions cycled through the rooms, the way the silhouettes seemed to be watching me, the precise manipulation of my emotional state from extreme comfort to extreme terror. It felt orchestrated. I haven't been back to my grandmother's house since. I've made excuses when she's invited us over. Maya and I are still together, but things have been strained. She knows something happened that night that I'm not fully explaining, and she's right. I haven't told her everything because I'm afraid she'll think I'm losing my mind. Sometimes I wonder if I am. The thing that bothers me most isn't the terror I felt that night, though that was bad enough. It's the initial feeling of comfort and euphoria. Why would whatever it was first try to relax me, to lull me into that state? Was it trying to get me to let my guard down? Was it trying to prepare me for something? And what would have happened if I hadn't broken free when I did? I've researched similar experiences online and found some accounts that share elements of what I went through, but nothing that matches completely. Some people talk about shadow people during sleep paralysis, others about auditory hallucinations, but the combination of visual, auditory, and physical sensations I experienced seems pretty unique. I still don't believe in ghosts or demons or anything supernatural. At least, that's what I tell myself. But whatever happened in that basement was real, and it's changed me. I'm sleeping with the lights on now. I've developed this fear of being alone in the dark, and sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I'll catch the faintest hint of that humming starting up again, different frequencies in each ear, and I'll jolt awake in a cold sweat. I don't have any answers. All I know is that something happened to me that night that science can't easily explain, and I'm still trying to process it. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any insight, I'd appreciate hearing it. Because right now, I'm just trying to convince myself that I'm not going crazy, and that whatever was in that basement hasn't somehow followed me home. Story 5. I've wanted to drive Route 66 since I was a kid. My dad had these old photos from when he did it in the 80s, faded Polaroids of weird roadside attractions, giant statues, and kitschy diners. I'd flip through that album for hours, imagining the day I'd make the trip myself. Last month, I finally did it. I took 3 weeks off work, packed my Honda Civic with snacks, clothes, and emergency supplies, and set off from Chicago with a playlist of classic road trip songs and the excitement of finally living my dream. The first few days were everything I hoped they'd be. I saw the Gateway Arch in St. Louis, ate at a 50-year-old diner where the waitress called me honey and knew everyone's name, and pulled over at every weird little attraction I could find. The giant rocking chair, the blue whale, all of it. I was taking my time, stopping whenever something caught my eye, staying in decent motels that I'd researched beforehand. But then I hit a snag in Oklahoma. I'd been driving longer than planned that day because I wanted to make it to this famous pit barbecue place before they closed. It was worth it. Seriously, some of the best brisket I've ever had. But by the time I finished eating, it was already getting dark. I figured I'd drive another hour or so and then find somewhere to stay. That was my first mistake. The towns were more spaced out than I expected, and my eyelids kept getting heavier. You know that dangerous feeling when you're driving, tired, and your eyes start to unfocus? I was reaching that point, and I knew I needed to stop soon. That's when I saw it, the Sunset Lodge. The sign was this old-style neon thing with half the letters flickering, and the S in Sunset completely burnt out. The place looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s, with peeling yellow paint and those old-school metal chairs outside each room. I almost kept driving. Every instinct told me to, but it was pitch black out there on the highway. I was exhausted, and the next town was still 30 miles away according to my GPS, so I pulled in. The parking lot was mostly empty, just 3 other cars spread out along the row of maybe 20 rooms. The office had a dim light on, with a sign that said vacancy in the window. I grabbed my overnight bag and walked in. A little bell jingled above the door. Behind the counter sat this old guy, probably in his 70s, with leathery skin and thinning white hair combed straight back. He was smoking a cigarette even though there was a no smoking sign right behind him. He didn't look up from his crossword puzzle when I walked in. "Need a room," I said, trying to sound friendly. He slowly raised his head, taking a drag of his cigarette. His eyes were bloodshot and yellowish around the edges. "Single?" "Yeah, just me, just for tonight." He reached behind him for a key without getting up. 65 cash, room 12, checkouts at 11. His voice was like gravel. I handed him the cash and filled out the registration card. He slid toward me. The whole time, he just stared, smoke curling up around his face. He didn't smile once, didn't make small talk about my trip or where I was from. "Anything open around here for food?" I asked, trying to break the weird silence. "Gas station down the road has sandwiches, closes at 10. He looked at his watch. 20 minutes ago. Great. I had some snacks in the car, so I figured I'd make do. I took the key, an actual metal key attached to a plastic tag with a faded 12 on it, and headed back out. Room 12 was at the far end of the motel, the last unit before an empty field stretched out behind the property. Just endless flat darkness with some kind of crops or tall grass swaying in the night breeze. My room faced that field with a window that looked out into nothingness. The room was basic but cleaner than I expected. 2 queen beds with thin floral comforters, a TV that was probably 20 years old, a bathroom with those tiny soaps wrapped in paper. Everything smelled like industrial cleaner and old cigarettes. I brought in my suitcase and the bag of snacks from my car, locked and chained the door, and did my usual motel safety check, looking under the beds, making sure the window locked, checking the bathroom. The window faced that empty field, and there was just something unsettling about how dark it was out there. No houses, no lights, nothing. I ate some chips and a protein bar, took a quick shower, and got into bed around 11:30. The sheets were scratchy but seemed clean. I was exhausted, so I figured I'd fall asleep quickly, despite the unsettling vibe of the place. I turned off the lights, leaving just the bathroom light on with the door mostly closed, a habit from childhood I never broke. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake. Something had woken me. I checked my phone, 12:17 in the morning. Then I heard it, footsteps on the concrete walkway outside. Slow, deliberate steps that stopped right in front of my door. At first, I thought maybe it was just another guest coming in late, but the footsteps had stopped directly outside my room. I lay perfectly still, listening. The air conditioner was humming loudly, but beneath that, I could hear something else, breathing. Someone was standing right outside my door, breathing heavily enough that I could hear it. Then came the knock. 3 soft taps, almost hesitant. Not urgent, not the kind of knock you'd expect if it was an emergency. It was more like someone who wasn't sure they wanted to be heard. I didn't move, didn't answer. Who knocks on someone's motel room door after midnight? The knock came again, a little louder this time. Tap, tap, tap. "Who is it?" I called out, trying to sound assertive, but my voice cracked. No answer, just another set of knocks, more insistent. I slid out of bed and crept to the door, careful to stay silent. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The peephole was one of those old brass ones, and I had to lean close to see through it. What I saw made my blood freeze. A man was standing there, his face just inches from the peephole on the other side. He was staring directly at it, as if he knew I was looking. His eyes were unnaturally wide, the whites visible all the way around his irises, and he had this smile, this horrible, stretched smile that didn't reach his eyes. His skin was pale, almost gray in the dim light of the walkway, and he was wearing what looked like a dark jacket. The worst part was his expression, like he was enjoying this, like frightening me was exactly what he wanted. I stumbled back from the door, my heart racing. The knocking started again, harder this time. Bang, bang, bang! Not knuckles anymore, a fist pounding on the door. The whole door shook with each impact. "Go away, or I'm calling the police," I shouted, grabbing my phone. The banging stopped immediately. I heard those footsteps again, moving away from my door. I waited a few seconds, then rushed back to the peephole. He was walking away, but not toward the parking lot. He was heading toward that empty field behind the motel. As I watched, he stopped at the edge of the property, then slowly turned back to face my room. Even from that distance, I could see that unnatural smile. He raised one hand and waved at me as if he knew I was still watching. Then he just stood there, staring at my window. I grabbed my phone and called 911, but the call wouldn't go through. No service. How had I not noticed that before? I tried the room phone next to the bed. Dead. Just a hollow, empty tone when I picked it up. I tried the motel office next. The phone rang and rang, but no one answered. I could see the office from my window. The light was still on, but there was no movement inside. I was trapped. I couldn't leave because he was out there, watching my room. I couldn't call for help. All I could do was wait. I turned off all the lights and sat on the floor between the beds, away from the windows, clutching my car key between my fingers like a weapon. Every few minutes I'd crawl to the window and peek through the gap in the curtains. He was always there, standing perfectly still at the edge of that field, watching my room. Around 2 in the morning, he started walking back toward my room. I scrambled away from the window and pressed myself against the wall next to the door, listening. The footsteps stopped outside again. Then came a new sound, something scraping against the door. It wasn't knocking this time. It sounded like fingernails slowly dragging down the wood. "I can see you," came a voice, barely above a whisper but somehow perfectly audible. "I can see you in there." I had to clamp my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. The voice was all wrong, like someone trying to mimic how humans talk, but not quite getting it right. The cadence was off, the pitch uneven. The scraping continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then the footsteps retreated again. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the bathtub with the bathroom door locked, my phone clutched in my hand even though it was useless, jumping at every sound. I didn't sleep, I couldn't. Every time the air conditioner cycled on or off, I nearly had a heart attack. As soon as I saw the first hint of dawn through the bathroom window, I packed my things. I peered out the front window, no sign of the man. The parking lot was quiet, the same 3 cars still there. I threw everything into my suitcase, not caring about folding or organizing. I just needed to get out. I cracked the door open and looked in both directions. Nothing. The field was empty too. I made a run for my car, threw my bag in the back seat, and got in. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I drove past the office, I glanced inside. The old man was still there, still sitting behind the counter. He looked up as I drove by, our eyes meeting through the window. He didn't react, didn't wave, didn't even seem surprised. He just watched me go with this empty expression, like he knew exactly what had happened and didn't care at all. I drove for 2 hours straight, not stopping until I reached a busy truck stop with lots of people around. I sat in the restaurant, drinking coffee after coffee, trying to make sense of what had happened. I looked up the Sunset Lodge online, but there wasn't much. Just a few scattered reviews complaining about outdated rooms and poor service. Nothing about midnight visitors or strange men. But then I found a forum about haunted places along Route 66, and there it was, a thread about the Sunset Lodge. Other people had experienced it too. A woman in 2018 had seen a man watching her room all night. A family in 2014 had heard knocking at midnight and found no one there. And worst of all, a post from 2009 mentioned 3 separate disappearances of solo travelers who'd last been seen checking into the Sunset Lodge. I didn't finish my Route 66 trip. I couldn't. I turned around and took the interstate home, staying only in well-lit chain hotels in busy areas. I couldn't shake the memory of those unnatural eyes staring at me through the peephole, that wrong smile, that voice saying, "I can see you." I still don't know what he was or what he wanted. I don't know if he was human or something else. I don't know if the old man at the desk was in on it somehow. All I know is that I'll never stay in a roadside motel again, and sometimes even now, I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear knocking at my door, and I have to check all the locks twice before I can breathe again. Story 6. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, mostly because it sounds so ridiculous that I worry people will think I'm making it up or that I'm crazy. But I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating away at me for years, and maybe someone else has experienced something similar. 3 years ago, at 26, I had to move back in with my parents after my relationship with my boyfriend of 4 years fell apart. We'd been living together in Des Moines, and when things ended badly, I couldn't afford the rent on my own. I was honestly devastated, not just about the breakup, but having to return to my childhood home in Cedar Rapids like some kind of failure. My parents were super supportive, though. They didn't ask questions or make me feel worse than I already did. Their farmhouse is pretty isolated, about 20 minutes outside of town. It's been in our family for generations. My great-grandfather built it in the 1920s. Growing up there, I always loved how peaceful it was, surrounded by cornfields and with this massive oak tree in the front yard that's probably older than the house itself. Anyway, I'd been back home for about 3 weeks when my parents decided to take a weekend trip to visit my aunt in Chicago. I was actually looking forward to having the place to myself for a couple days. I had plans to order takeout, binge-watch shows, and just wallow in my post-breakup feelings without having to put on a brave face for my parents. The first night alone started out fine. I ordered Chinese food, opened a bottle of wine, and settled in on the couch to watch some mindless reality TV. It was around 10 o'clock when I first heard it, this faint tapping sound coming from somewhere in the house. It was so quiet at first that I thought maybe it was just the house settling or a branch hitting a window. Old farmhouses make all kinds of noises, and I'd been away long enough that I wasn't used to them anymore. I tried to ignore it and focus on my show, but the tapping kept going. Tap, tap, tap. Then it would stop for a few minutes before starting again. It was irregular, but deliberate, if that makes sense. Like it wasn't just random house noises, it had a rhythm to it. After about 20 minutes of this, I finally muted the TV to try and figure out where it was coming from. It seemed to be coming from the hallway that led to the kitchen. I got up and walked down the hall, and the sound got a little louder. When I reached the kitchen, it stopped completely. I stood there for a minute, feeling kind of stupid. "It's an old house," I said out loud to reassure myself. I grabbed another glass of wine and headed back to the couch, but as soon as I sat down, the tapping started again. Only now it was coming from the dining room, which is on the opposite side of the house. My heart started beating a little faster. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a mouse in the walls or something. We'd had problems with mice before, but this didn't sound like a mouse. It sounded like someone deliberately tapping on the wall with their knuckles. I turned the TV up louder and tried to ignore it, but the tapping just got louder too, like whatever was making the noise wanted to make sure I could still hear it. I texted my friend Jess, asking if she wanted to come over, making up some excuse about being bored, but she was out with her boyfriend and couldn't make it. Around midnight, I decided I was just being paranoid and needed to go to bed. I turned everything off downstairs and headed up to my old bedroom. As I climbed the stairs, I swear the tapping followed me, moving up through the walls alongside me. I picked up my pace and practically ran the last few steps. In my room, I closed the door and got into bed. The house was completely silent for about 10 minutes and I started to relax a little. Maybe I had been imagining things. I was just about to drift off to sleep when the tapping started again, right on my bedroom wall, right next to my head. I shot up in bed, heart pounding. This wasn't in my head. This was real. Someone or something was in the walls of our house, following me around, tapping to get my attention. I grabbed my phone to call my parents, but then stopped. What would I even say? Hey, the house is making noises. They'd think I was being ridiculous. Instead, I decided to be brave and investigate. If there was some kind of animal in the walls, I needed to figure out what it was. I grabbed a flashlight from my nightstand and went back downstairs. The tapping continued, now seeming to come from multiple places at once. The walls, the ceiling, even the floor beneath my feet. I checked all the doors and windows to make sure they were locked. Everything was secure. As I was making my rounds, I ended up back in the kitchen, and that's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The basement door was open. I know, I hadn't opened that door since moving back home. I hate our basement. It's this old, unfinished space with stone walls and a dirt floor in some areas. As kids, my brother and I used to dare each other to go down there alone, and I always chickened out. Now, here was the door, standing open about 6 inches. The tapping had stopped completely. The house was dead silent, but there was this feeling coming from the open door. Have you ever stood in front of an open freezer and felt that cold air spilling out? It was like that, but wrong somehow. The air coming up from the basement wasn't just cold, it felt heavy and damp and had this weird metallic smell to it. I stood there frozen, staring at that gap in the door. Part of me wanted to just slam it shut and push the kitchen table against it, but another part knew I needed to check it out. What if someone had broken into the house and was hiding down there? With shaking hands, I pulled my phone out and turned on the flashlight app. Then I slowly pulled the basement door all the way open. The stairs leading down were steep and narrow, disappearing into darkness beyond the reach of my light. I called out, "Hello, is someone down there?" My voice sounded small and scared. No answer. But as I stood there, straining to hear, the tapping started again. This time, it was definitely coming from the basement. Tap, tap, tap. Slow and deliberate. Then it stopped, and I heard something else that made the hair on my arm stand up. A long, slow exhale, like someone breathing out after holding their breath. I slammed the door shut so hard that the dishes in the cabinet rattled. I dragged a chair over and wedged it under the doorknob, then backed away until I hit the opposite wall. My whole body was shaking. There was someone, or something, in our basement. I ran back upstairs and locked myself in my bedroom, pushing my dresser in front of the door. I called my parents, but it went straight to voicemail. They were probably asleep. I tried Jess again, but still no answer. I even thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I heard tapping and breathing? They'd think I was crazy or drunk or both. I sat on my bed with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion finally won out over fear and I fell into a restless sleep. I woke up to sunlight streaming through my window. In the light of day, I felt a little foolish about how scared I'd been. Houses make noises. I probably imagined the breathing and the basement door. Well, maybe it hadn't been fully closed to begin with. I pushed the dresser away from my door and went downstairs. The chair was still wedged under the basement doorknob. I removed it and, feeling brave in the daylight, slowly opened the door and flipped on the basement light. The stairs led down into the same old musty basement I remembered from childhood. Nothing seemed out of place or unusual. I spent the day cleaning the house and doing laundry, trying to keep busy and not think about the night before. By evening, I'd almost convinced myself that I'd overreacted. Almost. As the sun started to set, though, that anxious feeling returned. I didn't want to spend another night alone in that house. I packed an overnight bag and drove to the nearest motel, telling myself I just needed a good night's sleep in a place without so many memories. The motel was this cheap roadside place. Nothing fancy, but it was clean and, most importantly, not my parents' farmhouse. I fell asleep almost immediately, emotionally drained from the night before. I woke up around 2 in the morning to a familiar sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from inside the motel room wall, right behind my headboard. My entire body went cold. This couldn't be happening. Not here. I jumped out of bed and turned on all the lights. The tapping continued, moving across the wall like someone was walking alongside it, dragging their knuckles as they went. Then it stopped at the bathroom door. I stood there, paralyzed with fear, as the bathroom door slowly drifted open on its own. I grabbed my keys and ran out of the room in my pajamas, not even stopping to put on shoes. I drove straight back to my parents' house, which now seemed less frightening than whatever had followed me to the motel. The rest of the weekend passed without incident. When my parents came home on Sunday, I tried to tell them what had happened, but they just exchanged these looks like they were worried about my mental state. Dad suggested that maybe the stress of the breakup was causing me to hear things. Mom offered to make an appointment with our family doctor. I let it go. What was the point? I couldn't explain what had happened, and I didn't want them thinking their daughter was losing her mind. I stayed with them for another month, but I never felt comfortable in that house again. The tapping didn't return, but sometimes at night, I'd wake up feeling like someone was standing in my room watching me sleep. I'd hear this soft breathing that wasn't my own. Eventually, I found a job in Iowa City and moved into my own apartment. I thought that would be the end of it. It wasn't. About 6 months after moving, I woke up one night to that familiar sound. Tap, 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 coming from inside my apartment walls. I've moved twice since then, and it always finds me eventually. Some nights, it's just the tapping. Other nights, I hear the breathing too, like someone's pressed their mouth right against my ear. I've had the building maintenance check the walls, thinking maybe it's pipes or rodents. They never find anything. I've had friends stay over to see if they hear it too, but it never happens when someone else is around. I don't know what it is or what it wants from me. I just know that whatever was in my parents' house that weekend has somehow attached itself to me, and I don't think it's ever going to leave. The tapping always comes back, and each time it sounds a little closer, a little more insistent, like it's trying to get my attention, like it's trying to tell me something. Sometimes I think about going back to that farmhouse to confront whatever it is, but I'm terrified of what I might find. Or worse, what might find me if I start actively acknowledging it. So I live with it. What else can I do? I still hear it at least once a week. It woke me up last night, in fact. Tap, 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 right above my bed. And for the first time, I heard something else. A whisper so quiet I couldn't make out the words, but I know it was saying my name. Story 7. I've been a medium for almost 20 years now, and I've seen things most people couldn't imagine. Spirits, energies, impressions from the other side. They're part of my daily existence. I've built a decent living helping people connect with lost loved ones and clearing troubled spaces. But there's one presence that's followed me my entire life that I can't explain. Even with all my experience dealing with the supernatural, this one haunts me like nothing else. I'm 42 now, but I first saw him when I was about 6 years old. I remember it perfectly because it was so ordinary, yet so wrong. I was in my grandmother's backyard, playing by myself near her garden. I looked up toward the old wooden fence, and there he was, just standing there, watching me. A white man, completely bald, with this pear-shaped body, not extremely overweight, but soft-looking with narrow shoulders and wide hips. He wore these dated clothes, high-waisted pants, a button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows, and these old-fashioned leather shoes, the kind of outfit straight out of the late 40s or early 50s. But it was his face that really got to me. His features were unsettling, thick, dark eyebrows and eyelashes that looked painted on against his pale skin. His eyes were small and deeply set, with an emptiness that made my stomach turn. His nose was large and bulbous, his lips thin and stretched in what wasn't quite a smile. The best way I've ever been able to describe him is like a sideshow clown without the costume or makeup. Just fundamentally wrong somehow. I remember running inside immediately. The feeling that came over me was pure dread, not the childish fear of monsters under the bed, but a deep, primordial understanding that something was terribly wrong. When my grandmother checked, there was nobody there, and she assured me it was just my imagination. But I knew better. 3 years later, I saw him again. I was walking home from school, taking my usual shortcut through the park. He was sitting on a bench facing away from me, but I knew it was him instantly. Something about the shape of his head, the stiff way he held himself. I froze in the middle of the path, and slowly he turned to look at me. Same face, same clothes, same empty expression. He hadn't aged a day. The worst part was that nobody else seemed to notice him. A woman walked right past him with her dog, not even glancing in his direction. That's when the pattern started. Throughout my childhood and teens, he would appear randomly, maybe once or twice a year, always just watching, always the same. At the mall when I was 11, outside my high school when I was 16, at a gas station when I was 19. Each time that overwhelming feeling of wrongness would wash over me. Each time, no one else seemed to see him. By the time I was in my 20s, I had accepted my abilities as a medium. I started working professionally, helping people connect with deceased loved ones, sensing energies in places. Most people think mediums just see dead people all the time, but it's not like that. It's usually more subtle, impressions, feelings, sometimes images or words that come to mind. Actual full-bodied apparitions are rare for me, which made his appearances all the more disturbing. I've encountered angry spirits, confused souls, even what some might call malevolent energies, but none of them ever affected me the way he did. Other spirits feel, well, spiritual. They have a certain quality that separates them from the physical world. But he always seemed solidly physical, completely real, except for how he never changed and how no one else could see him. The worst encounter happened when I was 34. I was at the bus station downtown, waiting for a friend to arrive. It was crowded, middle of the day, people everywhere. I felt that familiar coldness before I saw him, like all the ambient noise had been sucked away, replaced with a high-pitched ringing in my ears. Then I realized he was standing right next to me. Not across the street, not watching from a distance. Right fucking next to me, close enough that our shoulders were almost touching. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I just stared straight ahead, my entire body rigid with fear. He smelled like mothballs and something else I couldn't identify, something sour and wrong. From my peripheral vision, I could see his hands, pale, slightly pudgy, with neatly trimmed nails, resting at his sides. He was breathing. I could hear it, slightly labored, in and out. For 3 minutes that felt like hours, we stood like that. He never spoke, never moved to touch me, just stood there breathing. And then when the bus arrived and people started moving around us, I blinked and he was gone. Just gone. I nearly collapsed from relief and had to sit down on a bench, shaking uncontrollably. My friend thought I was having some kind of medical episode. That was one of the most frightening moments of my life, and nothing actually happened. He didn't threaten me, didn't speak, didn't do anything. Just existed next to me, solid and impossible. After that, I tried everything to understand what he was. I consulted other mediums, psychics, paranormal researchers. I described him to historians who specialized in the post-war era, thinking maybe his clothing would provide clues. I even underwent hypnotherapy to see if there was something in my past I was forgetting. Nothing helped. None of the other mediums had encountered anything quite like him, something so consistent, so unchanged over decades. Some suggested he might be a guardian spirit, but I've encountered those before. They don't inspire the kind of visceral dread he always brought with him. Others thought maybe he was attached to me from a past life. But again, that didn't explain the sense of wrongness, the feeling of danger I got from him. The appearances continued, roughly once or twice a year. Sometimes I'd go 18 months without seeing him, and I'd start to hope he was gone for good. Then he'd show up again and it would hit me all over again, that cold, sinking feeling like the world was slightly off its axis. Last year, I was driving home from a client's house. It was early evening, still light out, when I spotted him walking along the sidewalk of a residential neighborhood I rarely drive through. Same clothes, same expressionless face. As I drove past, he stopped walking and turned to watch my car. I nearly crashed looking in my rearview mirror. He just stood there staring after me until I turned the corner. But the moment that truly made me question everything happened just 3 weeks ago. I was visiting a friend who lives over 100 miles from my home. We were just hanging out, watching YouTube videos on her TV. She stepped away to take a phone call, and I was scrolling through recommended videos when I saw it. It was just a thumbnail for some obscure video essay, a simple line drawing that someone had created for the video cover, but it was him. Exactly him, the pear-shaped body, the bald head, those distinctive eyebrows, that empty expression. It wasn't a detailed illustration, just a basic line drawing, but it captured him perfectly. The resemblance was so exact that I felt that familiar cold dread wash over me instantly. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely click on the video. It was some analysis of urban legends, nothing special. The creator had apparently drawn various figures for the thumbnails. When I messaged them later asking about that specific drawing, they said they'd just doodled it based on a description from an old forum post about shadow people. They hadn't seen the figure themselves. That's when I truly started to panic. For decades, I thought this was my personal haunting, something only I could see. But now there was evidence that someone else, somewhere else, had seen him too. Enough to describe him so accurately that a random artist could capture his essence in a simple drawing. I've spent the last 3 weeks frantically researching, trying to find that original forum post or any other accounts of someone similar. I've found bits and pieces, descriptions of watchers or observers that share some characteristics, but nothing exact, nothing that explains why he's followed me my entire life, or why he looks so physical, or why he never ages. 2 nights ago, I woke up at 3:15 in the morning with that familiar feeling of cold dread. I knew before I even opened my eyes that he was in my room. I could hear his breathing, that same slightly labored in and out. I lay completely still, eyes shut tight, heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. Then I felt the mattress sink slightly at the foot of my bed. He was sitting down. In 36 years, he had never come this close, never interacted with the physical world in a way I could feel. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. The weight shifted slightly and I felt something cold brush against my ankle through the blanket. Just the lightest touch, gone almost instantly. I lay there for what felt like forever, too terrified to move. When I finally found the courage to open my eyes, my room was empty. But there, at the foot of my bed, was a small indentation in the mattress that slowly rose back to normal as I watched. I haven't slept properly since. I keep seeing his face everywhere, in crowds, in windows, in the corner of my eye when I turn quickly. I'm writing this all down because I need someone, anyone, to know about him. I need to know if anyone else has seen him. If he's appeared to others the way he's appeared to me my whole life. The thing that terrifies me most isn't just that he exists or that he's followed me for decades. It's that I'm starting to think he's not a ghost or spirit at all. Those I understand. Those I can work with. But whatever he is, he exists outside the normal rules. He doesn't age. He can appear anywhere. And now, for the first time, he's starting to reach out and touch the physical world. I'm sitting in my living room as I type this. All the lights are on. I've checked every room, every closet, under every piece of furniture. I'm alone, but I can feel him getting closer. Story 8. I still can't explain what happened to me last week. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I feel like I need to tell someone because it's eating me up inside. Maybe writing it out will help. I was driving from Boulder to San Francisco for a new job. My car was packed with everything I owned, which wasn't much, just clothes, some books, and my laptop. I'd been on the road for about 8 hours that day, mostly on I-70 through those endless stretches of Utah where you don't see another car for miles. It was getting late, maybe around 7 in the evening. The sun was starting to set, casting this weird orange glow across the desert. I'd been playing the same playlist for hours and was getting sick of it. My eyes were tired from staring at the empty road, and I was thinking about finding a motel soon. That's when I saw him. He was standing on the shoulder with his thumb out. Normally, I'd never pick up a hitchhiker. My dad drilled that into my head since I was a teenager. "Eliza," he'd say, "promise me you'll never pick up strangers on the road." And I'd always promised, but something made me slow down. Maybe it was how isolated the area was, or maybe I was just lonely after hours of driving with no one to talk to. Whatever the reason, I pulled over about 20 feet ahead of him. Through my rearview mirror, I watched him walk toward my car. There was something off about the way he moved. It wasn't a limp exactly, more like his joints were too stiff, like each step required conscious effort. I almost drove off right then, but before I could, he reached the passenger door and opened it. "Thanks for stopping," he said, sliding into the seat. His voice was raspy, like he hadn't spoken in days. I got a good look at him then. He wore a faded green army jacket that hung loose on his frame. His skin had this grayish undertone that I initially chalked up to the weird sunset lighting. His eyes, though, they looked tired. No, more than tired, like they'd seen too much. "Where you headed?" I asked, trying to sound casual while my heart pounded. My hand stayed close to the pepper spray in my cup holder. "West," he said simply. He didn't look at me when he spoke, just stared straight ahead at the road. "I'm going to California," I said. "San Francisco." He nodded. "That works." We drove in silence for a few minutes. The quiet was uncomfortable, so I tried to make conversation. "I'm Eliza," I said. He didn't tell me his name, just nodded again. "What takes you west?" I asked. He shifted in his seat, glancing at the side mirror. "They're looking for me." My stomach dropped. Great. I'd picked up someone running from the law. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel and tried to keep my voice steady. "Who's looking for you?" He didn't answer, just kept checking the mirrors. I was about to tell him I needed to stop for gas, planning to let him out there, when I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. A car had appeared behind us. I hadn't seen it approach, which was strange given how straight and empty the road was. The hitchhiker noticed it too. His body tensed up and he pressed himself deeper into the seat. "Drive faster," he said quietly. "What? Why?" "Just drive faster, please." Something in his voice made me press the accelerator. My speedometer crept up from 70 to 85. The car behind us sped up too, staying the same distance behind us. "Who is that?" I asked, my voice rising with panic. "They found me," he muttered. He was breathing hard now, his hands gripping the dashboard. The car behind us suddenly accelerated, closing the gap between us in seconds. Now it was right on our tail, headlights flooding my car with harsh white light. I couldn't see anything in my rearview mirror except those blinding lights. Shit. I swerved slightly, trying to see around the glare. "What do they want?" "They want me back," the hitchhiker said. His face had gone even grayer, if that was possible. "We need to lose them. Is there a turn coming up?" I was doing over 90 now, which was way too fast for my old Honda. The engine was whining in protest. "I don't know this area." The car behind us bumped my rear bumper, not hard enough to make me lose control, but enough to let me know they could. My hands were sweating so badly they were slipping on the steering wheel. There, the hitchhiker pointed to a dirt road branching off to the right that I would have missed in the growing darkness. I yanked the wheel, not even slowing down enough. My car fishtailed as we hit the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust behind us. I was sure we were going to roll, but somehow I kept control. The dirt road was rough, full of potholes and rocks. I had to slow down or risk blowing a tire. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see those headlights, but the dust cloud obscured everything behind us. "I think we lost them," I said, letting out a shaky breath. The hitchhiker was still rigid in his seat, eyes fixed on the side mirror. "No," he said, "they don't lose people." We continued down the dirt road for maybe 5 minutes. It was getting darker by the second, and the road was winding through scrubby trees and rocks. I had no idea where we were going, and my GPS had lost signal. Then we rounded a bend, and I slammed on the brakes. The same car, I was sure it was the same car, was parked across the road, blocking our path. It was just sitting there, engine off, headlights dark. It was an old model, maybe from the 70s, with a boxy shape and dull black paint. How? I couldn't finish the question. How had they gotten ahead of us? It wasn't possible. "Turn around," the hitchhiker said urgently. "Turn around now." I threw the car into reverse, but as I started to back up, my engine sputtered and died. No, no, no. I turned the key frantically, but nothing happened, not even a click. This can't be happening. "They're here," the hitchhiker whispered. I looked up from the ignition and saw them. Figures were emerging from the woods on either side of us. They moved with the same stiff gait as my passenger, but more exaggerated, like their joints didn't bend properly. In the fading light, I could see they were all pale, with sunken faces and hollow eyes. They wore different clothes, some in suits that looked decades old, others in more modern attire, all of it dirty and worn. "Who are they?" I whispered, fear closing my throat. "They've been after me since I escaped," the hitchhiker said. His voice had changed, becoming more resigned. "No one escapes them forever." The figures were surrounding the car now. There must have been at least 10 of them. They didn't speak or make any noise at all. They just stared at us with those empty eyes. One of them approached my window and pressed a hand against the glass. Its skin was gray and papery, stretched too tight over bone. I screamed and tried to lock the doors, but they were already locked. The figure outside didn't react to my scream. It just kept staring, its face inches from mine through the glass. What do they want? I was crying now, tears blurring my vision. "They want us both now," the hitchhiker said. "They collect people. Take them. I got away once. Been running for years." "What are you talking about? Who are these people?" "They're not people. Not anymore." Another one of them tapped on the passenger window with long, yellowed fingernails. The hitchhiker flinched away. "Listen to me," he said, turning to me for the first time. His eyes looked different now, clearer, more focused. "You still have a chance. They want me more than you. When I get out, you run. There's probably another road if you go through the woods that way." He pointed east. "You're going out there?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "They'll get in eventually. Better to face it." He gave me a sad smile. "Maybe I'll get away again." Before I could stop him, he unlocked his door and stepped out. The figures immediately converged on him, but they didn't grab him or hurt him. They just surrounded him, their faces blank. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I yanked my door open and ran. None of them tried to stop me. They were all focused on the hitchhiker. I sprinted through the trees, branches scratching my face and arms. I had no idea where I was going, just away from those things. Their vacant eyes haunted me as I ran, gasping for breath, tripping over rocks and roots. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. Eventually, I broke through the trees and found myself on another paved road. I collapsed on the shoulder, my lungs burning. A semi-truck found me there about 20 minutes later. The driver, an older guy named Mike, couldn't believe I was out there alone at night. I told him my car had broken down and I'd gotten lost trying to find help. I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth. He drove me to the next town, where I got a room at a motel. The next day, I called a tow company to get my car, but when they went to the coordinates I gave them, they couldn't find the dirt road I described. They said there was no turnoff for miles in either direction. I ended up renting a car to finish my trip to San Francisco. I tried to convince myself that what happened was some kind of hallucination from driving too long without rest. But I know what I saw. I never reported the hitchhiker missing. I wouldn't even know what name to give. I've checked news sites from that area every day, looking for reports of missing persons or strange occurrences, but there's been nothing. Sometimes I wake up at night thinking I hear fingernails tapping on my window, and every time I look in my rearview mirror and see headlights behind me, my heart stops for a second. I don't know who that hitchhiker was or what those things were that took him. But I know they're still out there, somewhere on those empty desert roads, and I know I'll never ever pick up another hitchhiker as long as I live. Story 9. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural until we moved into our new house 3 months ago. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened, and honestly, I'm writing this partly to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, and partly because I need to get this off my chest. My husband Jason and I got married last fall and had been living in a cramped apartment while saving up for our first home. We were so excited when we finally found a place we could afford in Ridgemont Heights, a cute 3-bedroom with a decent yard on Maple Street. The house was built in the 70s, nothing fancy but solid, and the location seemed perfect. There's a walking path behind the property that leads down to the river, and we're just a couple blocks from the old Ridgemont High School building. The school closed down about 5 years ago when they built the new one across town. The old building is just sitting there empty now, waiting for the city to decide what to do with it. I actually thought it was kind of cool living near it. Jason and I would joke about sneaking in sometime just to look around, though we never actually did. We moved in on a Saturday in April. Our friends helped us haul furniture and boxes, and by Sunday evening, we had most of our stuff unpacked. That first week was normal. We were just excited to be homeowners, planning where to put things and making lists of small projects we wanted to tackle. It was about 2 weeks in when the first weird thing happened. I had fallen asleep on the couch watching Scooby-Doo on Max. Yes, I'm 32 and still love Scooby-Doo, don't judge me. Jason had already gone to bed. When I woke up around 2 in the morning, the TV was playing some random YouTube video about urban exploration. It was some guy walking through an abandoned school, actually. I thought maybe Jason had gotten up and changed it, but when I asked him the next morning, he said he'd slept through the night. I figured I must have accidentally hit something on the remote in my sleep. A few days later, I was home alone working on some reports for my job. I'm an account manager and was on deadline. Jason was at work. He's an electrician and usually gets home around 5. It was about 2 in the afternoon, and I was deeply focused on my laptop when I heard someone cough. It sounded like it came from our bedroom down the hall. I froze, fingers hovering over my keyboard. Then I heard it. My name. Olivia? It was Jason's voice, exactly his voice, no doubt about it, but his car wasn't in the driveway, and I knew he was at a job site across town. Jason? I called back, thinking maybe he'd come home early and I somehow hadn't heard him come in. Olivia, can you come here? The voice called again. It sounded just like him, but something felt off. I got up slowly and walked to the hallway. Where are you? I asked, my heart starting to pound. In the bedroom. Come here, the voice said. I stood at the end of the hallway, staring at our partially open bedroom door. Something kept me from walking down there. Jason, if that's you, come out here, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Olivia, come here. The voice was more insistent now, and it didn't sound quite right anymore. It was Jason's voice, but the cadence was wrong, like someone trying to imitate him. I backed away and grabbed my phone, calling Jason's actual cell phone. He picked up after a few rings. Hey, what's up? His voice came through the phone, and I could hear construction noise in the background. Are you at home right now? I asked, already knowing the answer. No, I'm still at the Miller job. Probably another 3 hours at least. Everything okay? I told him I thought I heard something and asked him to stay on the phone with me while I checked the house. Of course, no one was there, no signs of a break-in, nothing out of place. I felt silly, but Jason was sweet about it. "Old houses make weird noises," he said. "Call me if you hear anything else." I tried to go back to work, but I couldn't concentrate. I kept hearing little sounds, creaks and pops that I told myself were just normal house noises. Around 4, I went to the kitchen to get my water bottle from the fridge. As I was closing the refrigerator door, I heard footsteps behind me. The sound was unmistakable. Shoes on our tile kitchen floor. I spun around, expecting to see someone, but the kitchen was empty. Then I looked down and saw what looked like wet shoe prints on the floor. Men's work boots, definitely not mine or Jason's. I blinked, and they were gone. By the time Jason got home, I was sitting in my car in the driveway. I just couldn't stay in the house anymore. I told him everything, expecting him to think I was overreacting. Instead, he looked troubled. "I didn't want to say anything because I thought you'd think I was crazy," he said. "But I've been feeling weird in the house too, like someone's watching me, and I keep misplacing things, not just forgetting where I put them, but finding them in places I know I didn't leave them." That night, we both heard it. 3 distinct knocks on our bedroom wall right around midnight. There's nothing on the other side of that wall except the backyard. Jason got up and checked outside with a flashlight, but there was no one there. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. I'd be cooking and all the cabinet doors would be open when I turned around, though I hadn't opened them. Jason's tools would disappear and then reappear in weird places. His drill hanging from the shower curtain rod, his tape measure in the freezer. The worst part was how the house made us feel. I've always been pretty organized and on top of things, but in that house I felt dumbed down and messy. I'd forget what I was saying mid-sentence. I'd walk into rooms and have no idea why I went there. I'd lose track of time. Once I sat down to check email and suddenly it was 3 hours later, but I hadn't done anything, just stared at the screen. Jason felt it too. "It's like the house is sucking away our energy," he said one night. "I come home from work and I can barely think straight." One morning, about 6 weeks after we moved in, I was home alone again. Jason had left for an early job, and I was trying to focus on some work in our little home office. The room had been cold all morning, even though it was warm outside. I was wearing a sweatshirt and had a blanket over my legs, but I couldn't stop shivering. I got up to adjust the thermostat and heard a child's laugh coming from the guest bedroom. It was quick, just a giggle like a kid playing hide and seek. I stood in the hallway, my blood running cold. We don't have kids. None of our neighbors have young children. "Hello?" I called, hating how shaky my voice sounded. "Is someone there?" No answer, but as I stood there, I felt something brush past me, like someone walking by very close. The air moved, and I caught a whiff of something that smelled like old gym shoes and cheap aftershave. I backed away toward the front door, but stopped when I heard whispering coming from the kitchen. Multiple voices, too quiet to make out words. I grabbed my keys and phone and ran outside to my car. Sitting there in the driveway, trying to calm down, I decided to do some research about our house and the neighborhood. I found a local history Facebook group and posted, asking if anyone knew anything about our address or if there had been any accidents or deaths nearby. Within an hour, I got a private message from a woman named Eleanor who said she'd grown up in Ridgemont Heights in the 80s and 90s. She asked if we were in the Blue House on Maple near the old high school. When I confirmed, she called me. "I probably shouldn't tell you this," she said, "but my conscience won't let me stay quiet. That area has had problems for decades. Your house specifically I don't know much about, but the land behind your property where the walking path is now, there used to be an access road there that led to the back of the high school." She went on to tell me that in 1986, a school janitor named Frank Mercer had been fired after several female students complained he'd been watching them in the locker room. 2 weeks later, he came back to the school after hours and attacked a teacher who was working late. She managed to escape, but Mercer fled into the woods behind the school. During the manhunt, he allegedly fell into the river and drowned, though his body was never recovered. "The weird thing," Eleanor said, is that for years afterward, students and teachers reported seeing him in the school. Maintenance items would go missing and turn up in strange places. Some people said they heard his voice calling their names when they were alone in the building. I thanked her for the information, feeling sick. When Jason got home, I told him everything. He was quiet for a long time. "Do you think we're being haunted by a dead janitor?" he finally asked. He didn't sound skeptical. He sounded scared. "I don't know," I admitted. "But something is happening in this house, and it's getting worse." That night was the worst yet. We were both awakened at 3:15 in the morning by what sounded like furniture being dragged across the floor in the living room. Jason grabbed a baseball bat and we crept down the hallway together. The living room was empty, everything in its place, but it was freezing cold. As we stood there, the TV turned on by itself, not to a channel, but to static. The volume started increasing on its own, getting louder and louder until we had to cover our ears. Jason lunged for the plug and yanked it out of the wall, but the TV kept blaring static. We ran back to our bedroom and locked the door, though we both knew a lock probably wouldn't help against whatever was in our house. The static suddenly stopped, and in the silence that followed, we heard heavy footsteps slowly coming down the hallway toward our room. They stopped right outside our door. "Olivia," a man's voice said, not Jason's voice this time, but deeper, rougher. "I've been watching you." Jason called 911 while I sat frozen on the bed. The footsteps moved away, and we heard doors opening and closing throughout the house. When the police arrived 20 minutes later, they found no one. No signs of forced entry. Nothing out of place except for one thing. Written in the dust on our bathroom mirror were the words, "Not yours." We stayed in a hotel that night and the next. We talked about moving, but we'd sunk all our savings into the down payment. We couldn't afford to just walk away. Jason suggested we try to cleanse the house. He'd been researching online and found some rituals involving sage and salt. "It's worth a try," I said, though I wasn't optimistic. We returned to the house the next day, armed with sage bundles, salt, and printouts of cleansing prayers from various traditions. We went room to room, burning sage, sprinkling salt in the corners, reciting the prayers. Everything was quiet as we worked. Too quiet. Even the normal house sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the wall clock, seemed muted. When we finished, we stood in the living room, looking at each other hopefully. "Maybe it worked," Jason said. That's when all the doors in the house slammed shut simultaneously. The sage bundles we'd left burning in dishes flared up, shooting flames a foot high. The salt we'd sprinkled formed patterns on the floor, swirling into what looked like a stick figure with an oversized head. And then we heard it, laughter. Not one voice, but many, coming from every room of the house. Adults, children, all laughing at us. The temperature plummeted until we could see our breath. The lights flickered, and in the moments of darkness, I swear I saw figures moving around us. "We need to go," Jason said, grabbing my hand. We ran for the front door, but it wouldn't open. Jason threw his shoulder against it again and again while the laughter grew louder. Finally, the door burst open, and we tumbled out onto the front porch. As we drove away, I looked back at the house. In the upstairs window, our bedroom window, I saw a man's face watching us leave. He raised his hand in a wave, and I could swear he was smiling. We're staying with Jason's parents now while we figure out what to do. We went back once during daylight with a priest Jason's mom knows. The house was completely normal. No cold spots, no strange sounds. The priest blessed it and said he didn't sense anything unusual, but neither of us wants to spend another night there. We're talking to a lawyer about our options, but it looks like we might have to foreclose and take the credit hit. Better that than whatever was waiting for us in that house. I still don't know what to make of it all. Was it the ghost of Frank Mercer or something else entirely? All I know is that something in that house wanted us gone, and I don't think it's going to stop until it gets what it wants. Story 10. I've been driving trucks for 23 years now. Nebraska, Texas, the Dakotas, Montana. I've seen just about every stretch of highway this country has to offer. When you spend that much time alone on the road, you develop a certain relationship with it. The highway becomes like an old friend with familiar quirks and moods. At least, that's what I thought until last winter. I was making a routine haul from Amarillo up to Bismarck. Nothing special, just industrial parts heading north. I'd done this route maybe 50 times before. Left around noon, figuring I'd drive through the night and make good time. The weather report mentioned some snow up in Nebraska, but nothing major. Just another day behind the wheel for me. Everything was normal until I hit northern Nebraska on Route 77. It was around 2 in the morning. Not another soul on the road, which wasn't unusual. What was strange was this weird glow on the horizon. At first, I thought it was just light pollution from some town ahead, but it didn't look right. It was this sickly greenish-yellow color that seemed to hover just above the highway. The temperature dropped suddenly too. My truck's thermometer showed 13 degrees outside, but inside my cab, I felt this bone-deep chill that made my teeth chatter. I cranked the heat all the way up, but it didn't help much. My fingers were stiff on the steering wheel, and my breath was fogging up inside the cab. That's when I noticed the snow. It started falling fast and heavy, way worse than the forecast predicted. Within minutes, visibility dropped to maybe 20 feet in front of my truck. I slowed down to about 30 miles per hour, squinting to keep the center line in view. The windshield wipers were fighting a losing battle against the snow, and the road was getting slick. I've driven through plenty of blizzards before, but this one felt wrong somehow. That's when I saw the taillights ahead of me. They were dim and stationary, like someone had pulled over and left their lights on. As I got closer, I could make out the silhouette of a semi-truck on the shoulder. No hazards flashing, no movement, just sitting there in the middle of this freak snowstorm. I should have just kept driving. God, why didn't I just keep driving? But you know how it is with truck drivers. There's this unwritten code. You see someone broke down, you stop and help if you can, especially in weather like that. So I pulled over about 20 yards behind them and grabbed my flashlight. The moment I stepped out of my truck, that cold hit me like a physical blow. It was painful to breathe, like the air itself was made of ice. The snow wasn't falling naturally either. It was swirling in these weird patterns, almost like it was being directed. I called out, but my voice seemed to die in the air, absorbed by the snow. As I approached the other truck, things got even stranger. It looked old, not just a few years old, but decades old. It was one of those classic cab-over models they don't even make anymore, with rounded corners and big chrome details. The paint was peeling off in strips, and rust had eaten away at the fenders. The company logo on the door read, Harlan Haulers, in faded red letters. The windows were frosted over, but I could make out someone sitting in the driver's seat. I knocked on the door, rubbing away some of the frost to see inside. That's when my blood turned to ice. The man inside was, God, I don't even know how to describe him. He was gaunt, like someone who'd been starving for months. His skin was this awful grayish-white color that no living person should have, and he was wearing clothes that looked straight out of the 70s, a plaid shirt with one of those wide collars and a trucker cap that had gone out of style when I was still a kid. When I knocked again, he turned his head toward me, not like a normal person would. It was this jerky mechanical motion, like watching a broken doll being manipulated by strings. His eyes, I'll never forget those eyes. They were wide open, unblinking, and completely empty. Not vacant like someone who's spaced out, but empty like there was nothing behind them at all, like I was looking at a costume being worn by something that didn't understand how humans are supposed to move. He reached for the door handle, and I backed up, nearly slipping in the snow. The door creaked open, a loud, rusty sound that cut through the howling wind. He climbed down from the cab with these stiff, deliberate movements. His boots hit the ground with too much force, like he didn't understand how much pressure to apply. "You need help," I called out, already backing toward my truck. Every instinct was screaming at me to run. He didn't answer, just started walking toward me with these slow, measured steps. His arms hung straight down at his sides, not swinging naturally. His head was tilted at a slight angle, and those dead eyes never blinked, not even with snow hitting his face. When he was about 10 feet away from me, he opened his mouth. No words came out, just this horrible rattling sound, like wind blowing through a dead tree. His mouth opened wider than it should have been able to, showing teeth that were blackened and rotting. I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I turned and sprinted back to my truck faster than I've moved in 20 years. I fumbled with the keys, dropping them in the snow, cursing as I scooped them up with numb fingers. The whole time, I could hear his footsteps behind me getting closer. They were perfectly evenly spaced. Step, 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 like a metronome. I finally got the door open and threw myself inside, locking it immediately. Through the side mirror, I could see him still coming, never speeding up, never slowing down, just that same mechanical walk. I started the engine and pulled away, tires spinning in the snow before finding traction. In the rearview mirror, I watched him standing in the middle of the road, still staring in my direction, getting smaller as I put distance between us. The strangest thing happened then. The snowstorm seemed to intensify around him, like it was centered on that spot. Within seconds, I couldn't see him anymore, just that old truck's dim taillights, and then nothing at all. I drove like hell for another hour before I found a truck stop that was open. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely steer. I pulled in and just sat there for a while, trying to make sense of what had happened. It was only when I went inside that I started to wonder if maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. The place was nearly empty, just the night clerk and a couple of old-timers sitting at the counter drinking coffee. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost because one of them asked if I was okay. I ordered coffee and sat down near them, not wanting to be alone. Eventually, I told them what I'd seen. I expected them to laugh, but they didn't. The older of the two men, must have been in his 70s, exchanged a look with his buddy. "You said Harlan Haulers?" he asked. His voice was quiet, serious. I nodded. "That company went under in 1978, he said. "My cousin used to drive for them." The other man leaned forward. "Where exactly did you see this truck?" When I told him, they both got real quiet. Finally, the older one sighed. "There was a driver back then, guy named Matheson, Calvin Matheson. Got caught in a blizzard on that stretch of 77 back in 76 or 77. They found his truck 2 days later, but he was already dead, froze to death behind the wheel. The story goes," the second man continued, "that he still drives that route. People see his truck sometimes, always during snowstorms, always at night. I felt sick. What happens to the people who see him?" They didn't answer right away. The older man stirred his coffee slowly. Some of them just see the truck. Others say he tries to, I don't know, make contact. Those ones don't usually fare too well afterward. "What does that mean?" I asked. "Means they change," the second man said bluntly. "Start acting different. Some disappear. One fella I knew back in the 90s, he pulled over for that truck. Week later, his own rig was found abandoned in Wyoming. They never found him." I didn't sleep that night. Didn't sleep well for weeks after, actually. I kept seeing those dead eyes, that unnatural movement. I looked up Harlan Haulers online. They really did go out of business in 78 after a series of accidents. I found an old newspaper article about Calvin Matheson too. The details matched what the old-timers told me. Found frozen behind the wheel during a record blizzard. The article included a picture of him standing in front of his truck. He was wearing that same plaid shirt. That was 8 months ago. I still drive, still take routes through Nebraska when I have to, but never that stretch of 77 at night, and I never ever stop for stranded vehicles in snowstorms anymore. I've got a new rule. I call in the location and keep driving, no exceptions. The weirdest part? Last month, I was having coffee at a different truck stop in South Dakota. Got talking with another driver who mentioned seeing a strange truck during a snowstorm in Colorado. Before he even finished describing it, I knew. Same truck, same driver, different location. Like whatever's wearing Calvin Matheson's skin is expanding its territory. I've been a rational man my whole life. Never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural. But I know what I saw that night wasn't human. Not anymore. Sometimes when I'm driving at night and snow starts to fall, I catch myself obsessively checking my mirrors. half expecting to see dim taillights in the distance, and I know deep down that someday I'll see that truck again. If you're ever driving Route 77 through Nebraska on a snowy night and you see an old cab over with faded Harlan haulers lettering on the door, don't stop, don't slow down, just keep driving and don't look back. Story 11. I've never told anyone this entire story outside of my immediate family and a couple of close friends. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing it now, but after stumbling across similar experiences online, I feel like maybe someone else has seen what I saw. This happened when I was 13. I used to stay at my grandmother's house in Meadowbrook pretty regularly. My parents were divorced and Mom worked weekend shifts sometimes, so staying at Grandma's became our routine. Her house was this old two-story place with creaky floors and those weird flowery wallpapers that old people seem to love. I never minded staying there. It was comfortable in that lived-in kind of way. This particular weekend started like any other. Mom dropped me off Friday afternoon. Grandma made her famous meatloaf for dinner, and we watched some game shows before she went to bed around 9. She always went to bed early, saying, "These old bones need their rest," which left me alone downstairs. I usually played video games on the portable console I'd bring, or just browsed stuff on my phone until I got tired. That night, it was in October I think, I stayed up later than usual. Grandma had set me up in the guest room like always. It was small but cozy, with this old wooden bed frame that squeaked if you moved too much. The walls were this faded blue color, and there was a small window that looked out toward the backyard. Nothing special, but I'd stayed in that room dozens of times before without anything weird happening. It must have been around midnight when I finally decided to try to sleep. I was lying in bed scrolling through videos on my phone when I got this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you think someone's watching you. It was like that, but stronger. At first, I tried to ignore it, but then I noticed something at the foot of my bed. I can't really describe what I saw at first. It was just a disturbance. Like the air was slightly different there, not quite visible, but not completely invisible either. I blinked a few times, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me after staring at my phone screen for too long. That's when it started to take form. These orbs began to appear, not all at once, but gradually, like they were fading into existence. I wasn't high or drunk or anything. I was 13 for crying out loud. What I saw were these perfectly round spheres, maybe 70 or 100 of them, all clustered together in roughly the shape of a person. They weren't floating around randomly. They moved together, maintaining their positions relative to each other, like they were all part of one thing. Each orb was the same. They had this black center, like a deep void that seemed to go on forever. Around that was this pulsating white light that would grow brighter and then fade, almost like breathing. Then another black ring, and finally this faint white glow around the whole thing. The way they pulsed wasn't random either. They all pulsed in sync, like they were connected to some central system. I froze, completely froze. My finger stopped mid-scroll on my phone, and I think I even held my breath. The thing, the orb entity, I guess, just stood there at the end of my bed for what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds. Then it moved. It didn't float or glide like you might expect a ghost to do. It walked. The orbs maintained their human-like shape and moved exactly like a person would walk, step by step. It came around to the side of my bed. I could see the outline of what would be legs moving, what would be arms swinging slightly. Everything about its movement was human, except it wasn't human at all. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst out of my chest. I wanted to scream for my grandmother, but my voice wouldn't work. My body wouldn't move. All I could do was watch. The entity stopped right beside my bed. Then, and this is the part that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it, it sat down on the edge of my bed. The mattress actually sank under its weight. I could see the depression in the blanket where something invisible but heavy was sitting. The orbs adjusted their position as it sat, just like a person's body would shift. We were maybe 2 feet apart now. Me, pressed against the headboard. clutching my phone so tight my knuckles were white. It, sitting calmly on the edge of my bed, those layered orbs pulsating in perfect unison. The weird thing was, after the initial terror passed, I didn't feel threatened. Terrified, yes. Confused, absolutely. But not like I was in danger. It wasn't giving off menacing vibes. It was just there, existing, watching me. I remember thinking, should I say something to it? But what do you say to a cluster of pulsing orbs shaped like a person? Hi, nice weather we're having. So I just stared back at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The longer it sat there, the more details I noticed. The orbs weren't all exactly the same size. Some were slightly larger than others, especially in what would be the chest and head areas. They weren't making any noise, but I swear I could feel something like static electricity in the air around them. My arm hairs were standing on end. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the entity stood up again. The mattress returned to its normal shape as the weight lifted. It didn't walk away or fade out dramatically. It just disappeared. 1 second it was there, the next second it wasn't. The orbs didn't scatter or float away. The whole thing just stopped existing all at once. I didn't sleep that night. Not a wink. I sat up with my back against the headboard until sunrise, jumping at every creak in that old house. I didn't tell my grandmother about it the next morning. What was I supposed to say? Hey, Grandma. A bunch of floating orbs shaped like a person sat on my bed last night. She'd think I was making it up or had a nightmare. The rest of the weekend passed normally. I was jumpy and kept looking over my shoulder, but nothing else happened. When Mom picked me up Sunday evening, I still hadn't told anyone. I figured it was a one-time thing, some weird hallucination or something, but then it happened again. 3 or 4 days later, I was back at my mom's house. It was a school night, and I was in my own room. Same deal, lying in bed, messing around on my phone before sleep, and that same feeling washed over me, that someone's watching feeling. I looked up, and there it was again, the same entity, made up of the same layered orbs, standing at my bedroom door. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just at Grandma's house, it had followed me home. It walked into my room the same way it had before, human-like movements, those orbs maintaining their positions. This time it didn't sit on my bed, it stood at the foot, just observing. The pulsing white layers seemed brighter in my darker bedroom. The black centers seemed deeper, if that makes any sense. I managed to find my voice this time. "What do you want?" I whispered, barely audible even to myself. It didn't respond. It just stood there for maybe a minute, then turned and walked out through my closed door. The orbs passed through the solid wood like it wasn't even there. This time, I told my mom, I was shaking as I described what I'd seen, both at Grandma's and now at home. She didn't laugh or dismiss me like I feared she might. She looked concerned, but not about ghosts or spirits. She was worried about me. "Maybe you're under too much stress with school," she suggested. "Or maybe it's your eyes. We should get them checked." But I knew what I saw. It wasn't stress or bad eyesight. These weren't floaters or migraine auras or whatever else might cause visual disturbances. This thing had weight. It made my mattress sink down. It moved with purpose. My mom, bless her, actually took me seriously enough to look into it. She has this friend who's into spiritual stuff, and she arranged for me to talk to this medium lady. I wasn't thrilled about it, but I was desperate for answers. The medium's house smelled like incense and old books. She listened to my story without interrupting, nodding occasionally. When I finished, she smiled like she knew exactly what I was talking about. "What you've encountered is likely your spirit guide," she said confidently. "They sometimes appear to people they're assigned to protect, especially during transitional periods in life." I didn't buy it. Why would a spirit guide look like that? And why would it just stare at me and not say anything? She gave me some vague answer about energy manifestations and how spirits appear differently to different people based on their perceptive abilities. It sounded like nonsense to me. If this thing was supposed to be guiding me, it was doing a terrible job. After that, I spent hours online searching for similar experiences. I found plenty of ghost stories and accounts of spirit sightings, but nothing that matched what I'd seen. Most orb sightings were just single spheres of light, not complex layered ones arranged in a human shape. No one described the distinct layers, the black core, the pulsating white, the outer black ring, and the faint glow. No one mentioned them having actual weight that could depress a mattress. The strangest part of all this is that after those two encounters, I never saw it again. Not at my mom's, not at grandma's, not anywhere. It just appeared twice and then vanished from my life completely. I'm 23 now, and I still don't have an explanation. I've mostly stopped looking for one. Over the years, I've told a few close friends, but their reactions range from "cool ghost story, bro," to genuine concern about my mental health. Neither response is particularly helpful. What I experienced was real. Those orbs, their perfect synchronization, the way they moved together, the weight on my bed, it all happened exactly as I've described it. I wasn't dreaming, I wasn't on drugs, and I wasn't making it up for attention. Sometimes I wonder if it'll ever come back, or if those two visits were all I get. Sometimes I wonder why me. Was there something special about me? Was I just in the right place at the right time to see something most people never do? I don't have answers. All I have is the memory of those layered orbs, pulsing in unison, watching me through those deep black cores. And sometimes, late at night, I still get that feeling, that prickle on the back of my neck that makes me look up from my phone, half expecting to see those orbs gathered at the foot of my bed again, but they never come back, and maybe that's the scariest part of all. Story 12. I still haven't told many people about what happened to me that night in October of 2017. Most wouldn't believe me anyway, and the few I've tried to explain it to just give me that look. You know the one, like they're humoring someone who's clearly lost it. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. I've always been a practical guy. I work in sales management for a medical equipment company, and my life revolves around quarterly projections and client meetings. Ghost stories were something I enjoyed around campfires as a kid, nothing more. That changed on October 28, 2017. I was driving back to Cincinnati after a 3-day business conference in Chicago. The conference had gone well. I'd landed a potential new account and networked with some important people in the industry. I was tired but feeling good, looking forward to getting home and sleeping in my own bed again. I decided to drive straight through instead of stopping at a hotel for the night. It was about a 5-hour drive, and I'd left Chicago around 7 in the evening after grabbing dinner with some colleagues. The interstate was pretty empty, just me and the occasional semi-truck barreling through the darkness. The moon was almost full that night, casting this silvery glow over the fields alongside the highway. It was peaceful, and I had a podcast playing to keep me company. Around 9:30, I crossed into Indiana. That's when things started to get weird. The temperature in my car suddenly dropped. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe the heater was acting up or something. I'd set it to 72 degrees, which is what I always keep it at, but I noticed I was starting to feel cold. I bumped it up to 78, but it didn't seem to help. Within minutes, the cold had settled into my bones. It wasn't like normal cold. It was deeper somehow, like it was coming from inside me rather than outside. I remember checking the dashboard display multiple times. The outside temperature reading said it was 54 degrees outside, but inside the car felt like a freezer. I even put my hand up to the vent to make sure hot air was actually coming out. It was, but it didn't seem to be warming the car at all. By 11, I was starting to get really uncomfortable. My fingers were stiff on the steering wheel, and I kept having to flex them to keep circulation going. I spotted signs for a rest area coming up and decided to pull in, thinking maybe walking around would warm me up. Plus, I needed some caffeine to stay alert for the rest of the drive. The rest area was one of those older ones with just basic facilities: bathrooms, vending machines, and some picnic tables. There were only a couple of trucks parked in the truck section and one other car besides mine in the regular parking area. The place had that liminal space feeling, Not quite abandoned, but definitely not busy. The overhead lights cast these harsh shadows across the pavement, and everything was too quiet. As I walked from my car toward the building, I noticed a man standing near the entrance to the men's restroom. He was wearing this old tattered jacket that looked like it was from the 80s or something, with a baseball cap pulled low over his face. What struck me as odd was how still he was. I mean, completely motionless, not shifting weight from foot to foot, not looking at a phone, nothing, just standing there, staring in my direction. I nodded at him as I approached, just being polite, you know. He didn't respond or acknowledge me at all, just kept staring. As I got closer, I could see his face better under the cap, and something about it made my skin crawl. His skin was pale, almost grayish, and his eyes, they didn't blink, not once. I hurried past him into the restroom, feeling unnerved, but telling myself I was just tired and letting my imagination get to me. While washing my hands, I heard someone call out. It sounded like, "Help me," but it was muffled, like it came from outside. I finished up quickly and stepped out, but the man was gone. I went to the vending machines, got a coffee that tasted like it had been sitting there for days, and headed back to my car. The other car that had been parked there was gone now. Just my car and the trucks remained. Back on the highway, that unnatural cold returned almost immediately. I could actually see my breath fogging in the air, even though the car thermometer still said the outside temperature was in the 50s. I cranked the heat all the way up, but it made no difference. About 20 minutes later, I spotted hazard lights blinking on the shoulder ahead. As I got closer, I could make out a car pulled over on the side of the road. Being a decent human being, I started to slow down, thinking maybe they needed help. That's when I realized what I was looking at, and my blood went ice cold. It was an ancient car, looked like a 60s-era Chevy, all rusted metal and faded paint. The kind of car you'd see in a junkyard, not on the highway, and sitting behind the wheel, perfectly still, was the man from the rest stop. Same tattered jacket, same baseball cap, just staring straight ahead with his hands on the wheel. I'm not ashamed to admit I freaked out. How the hell had he gotten ahead of me? I hadn't seen any other cars pass me since leaving the rest stop, and that old junker didn't look like it could do more than 40 miles per hour. I hit the gas and sped past without looking back, my heart hammering in my chest. For the next half hour or so, I tried to calm myself down. I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I'd see those headlights following me, but there was nothing, just darkness behind me. I turned up the radio, trying to distract myself with some classic rock station I'd found. Then out of nowhere, the road ahead disappeared into thick fog. It happened so suddenly it was like hitting a wall. 1 second clear visibility, the next nothing but dense, swirling white. I slowed down immediately, gripping the steering wheel with sweaty hands. Fog like this in Indiana in October wasn't unheard of, but the suddenness of it was unnatural. As I crept forward at maybe 30 miles per hour, my headlights barely penetrating the mist, I saw something that should have been impossible. There, on the shoulder again, was that same rusted car with its hazard lights blinking. The same man sitting motionless behind the wheel. I couldn't process what I was seeing. There's no way that car could have gotten ahead of me again. No logical explanation. I floored it, speeding past even though I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. Pure panic had taken over. Just as suddenly as it had appeared, the fog lifted. One moment I was surrounded by it. The next, it was gone completely. But something else replaced it. A smell. The most putrid, revolting smell I've ever encountered filled my car. It was like rotting meat and wet soil and something else I couldn't identify. I gagged, frantically trying to open windows and turn on the AC full blast, but the stench was overwhelming. That's when I heard it. A whisper so close to my ear it could have been inside my own head. Pull over. I glanced up at my rearview mirror and nearly drove off the road. The man from the rest stop was sitting in my back seat, same tattered jacket, same baseball cap, but now I could see his face clearly in the mirror. His skin wasn't just pale, it was mottled with dark patches, his eyes sunken and completely black. Not brown, black, like empty sockets, and he was smiling. I screamed and swerved onto the shoulder, hitting the brakes so hard I felt the seatbelt cut into my chest. I spun around, ready to, I don't know what, fight, run, but the back seat was empty, completely empty. I sat there hyperventilating for I don't know how long. Cars occasionally passed by, their headlights momentarily illuminating my terrified face, but none stopped. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to get back on the road. I drove the rest of the way home with all the lights on in the car, radio blasting, windows down despite the cold, checking the rearview mirror every 10 seconds. I made it back to Cincinnati around 3 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. For weeks afterward, I avoided driving at night. I made excuses to leave work early if I had to drive anywhere just to make sure I'd get home before dark. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe I was more tired than I realized. Maybe I dozed off briefly and dreamed it all. Maybe there was carbon monoxide leaking into my car causing hallucinations. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. It's been over 5 years now, and I've mostly put it behind me. I can drive at night again, though never alone on long trips. But there's one stretch of highway in Indiana I absolutely refuse to travel on after sundown. And whenever I do drive through there during daylight hours, I can't help glancing at the roadside, half expecting to see that old rusted car with its hazard lights blinking in the distance. What I still can't figure out is why me? Was I just in the wrong place at the wrong time? Was this, whatever it was, looking for someone specific? And what would have happened if I had pulled over that final time? I don't have answers. All I know is that I used to be a rational man who didn't believe in ghosts. Now I'm not so sure. Because something was on that highway with me that night. Something that shouldn't exist in our world. And sometimes, on cold October nights when I'm alone, I swear I can feel that same bone-deep chill creeping back into my car, no matter how high I set the heater. Story 13. I still can't believe this is happening again. It's been almost a week since the last incident, but I'm still sleeping with my lights on. My mum thinks I'm being dramatic, but she hasn't seen what I've seen. None of them have. Not the way I have. I guess I should start from the beginning. My name is Marcus, and I've lived in this old house in Whitby for most of my life. It's one of those typical coastal English homes from the 1800s. Stone walls, creaky floorboards, drafty windows. The tourists who visit our town probably think it's quaint and charming. If only they knew. The first incidents happened when I was just a baby, so I don't remember them myself. My dad told me the story so many times that it feels like I was there, though. I was barely 1 year old, sleeping in my cot in my parents' bedroom. In the middle of the night, my dad woke up for no reason. He said he felt like someone was watching him. When he opened his eyes, he saw an elderly man sitting in the armchair in the corner of their bedroom, just staring at them. Dad said the man was wearing old-fashioned clothes, like something from the early 1900s, and had this sad, hollow look in his eyes. Dad was absolutely terrified. He grabbed me from my cot, woke up my sister Emma, who was 4 at the time, and ran downstairs with us both. Mum was away visiting her sister that night, so Dad was alone with us kids. After about an hour huddled downstairs, Dad finally got the courage to go back up with Emma in his arms and me in my carrier. When they got back to the bedroom, the chair was empty. Nothing was disturbed. Dad convinced himself it was just a vivid dream and eventually managed to get us all back to sleep. But then it happened again a few months later. This time, Mum was home alone with us because Dad was away on a business trip. She woke up in the middle of the night and saw the same elderly man, matching Dad's description exactly, leaning over her bed, just staring down at her. She screamed so loud that the neighbors heard her, grabbed me and Emma, and ran out of the house in her nightgown. We spent the rest of the night at the neighbor's place. After that, nothing happened for years. My parents got divorced when I was 5. Nothing to do with the ghost, just regular marriage problems. Mum kept the house and Dad moved to Manchester. Emma moved away for university 4 years ago. Mum remarried my stepdad Richard when I was 10, and he moved in with us. For a decade, the house was completely normal. I'd almost forgotten about the ghost stories from when I was a baby. Almost. Then last December, right before Christmas, everything started again. I'm 16 now, old enough to experience the terror for myself. It started with the Christmas decorations. Mum and Richard had spent all day decorating the house, putting up the tree, hanging ornaments, the whole thing. I remember going to bed that night thinking the house looked proper festive for once. When we woke up the next morning, all the decorations from one side of the tree were on the floor. Not just fallen, they were arranged in a perfect semicircle around the tree. Richard just laughed it off, said it must have been our cat Jasper. But Jasper's 15 years old and can barely jump onto the sofa anymore, let alone climb a Christmas tree. Still, we put the decorations back up and went about our day. The next morning, the entire tree had fallen over, not just tipped. It was lying completely flat on the floor, ornaments scattered everywhere. The weird thing was, the tree stand wasn't damaged at all. It was like someone had carefully lifted the whole tree out of the stand and laid it down. Richard started to get annoyed, thinking I was playing some kind of prank. I wasn't. I swear I wasn't. We set up the tree again, and that night I decided to stay up late to see what was happening. I was sitting in the living room with just the Christmas lights on, scrolling through my phone, when I heard a weird scratching sound from upstairs. Then there was a loud thud that shook the whole house. I ran upstairs and found the attic hatch wide open, with the ladder extended down to the floor. The thing is, our attic ladder is really stiff. It takes both Richard and me pulling hard to get it to come down. There's no way it could have fallen open on its own. I was too scared to climb up there, so I just closed the hatch as quickly as I could and ran back downstairs. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I told Mum and Richard what happened. Richard went up to check the attic, but found nothing unusual. He tightened some screws on the hatch mechanism and said that should fix it. It didn't. 3 nights later, the same thing happened again. This time, all 3 of us heard it. We all went upstairs together, and again, the attic hatch was open with the ladder down. Richard climbed up to check, but again found nothing unusual. After New Year's, things got even weirder. One morning, Mum came down to the kitchen in tears. The framed photo of her and Richard from their wedding day was turned upside down on the mantelpiece. She insisted she hadn't touched it, and neither had Richard. I knew I hadn't. A week later, I went into Emma's old room, which we keep as a guest room now, but still has a lot of her things in it. All of her album covers on the wall, about 20 of them, were hanging upside down, every single one. These weren't just posters taped to the wall. They were in frames, properly mounted with those picture-hanging hooks. There's no way they could all just flip over by themselves. Then there was the poem. When I was 14, I wrote this embarrassing love poem to a girl in my class. I never gave it to her, just kept it hidden in my desk drawer. One day, I came home from school and found it on my bed, turned upside down. No one knew about that poem. No one. By this point, we were all properly freaked out. Mum finally admitted that she thought the house might be haunted, bringing up the incidents from when I was a baby. Richard was skeptical at first, but even he couldn't explain what was happening. We started noticing patterns. The activity always seemed to focus on things related to love or relationships. Mum and Richard's wedding photo, Emma's music. She was really into love songs. My stupid poem. It was like whatever was haunting us had some kind of issue with romance or something. The turning point came about 3 weeks ago. I was home alone after school. Mum was at work, and Richard was away visiting his brother. I was in my room doing homework when I heard footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, slow footsteps. At first I thought maybe Mum had come home early, so I called out, "Mum, is that you?" No answer, but the footsteps stopped. I got up and opened my door. The hallway was empty. I checked all the rooms upstairs. Empty. I was about to go back to my room when I noticed my breath fogging in the air. It was freezing cold, despite it being a mild spring day outside. That's when I saw him. The elderly man, exactly as my parents had described him. He was standing at the end of the hallway, just staring at me. His eyes were so empty, like looking into 2 black holes. He was wearing an old-fashioned suit with a high collar, and his hands were clenched into fists at his sides. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I just stood there frozen as he slowly raised one arm and pointed directly at me. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Then he just disappeared. Not like faded away or walked through a wall or anything. He was there 1 second and gone the next, like someone had switched off a projector. When I could finally move again, I ran downstairs, grabbed my phone, and called Mum in a panic. She came home right away, and I told her everything. We slept in the living room that night, with all the lights on. The next day, Richard came home, and we had a family meeting about what to do. Mum suggested moving, but Richard pointed out that we can't afford to just up and leave. The house has been in my mum's family for generations. It's the only thing she got after her parents died, so we decided to try and learn more about the house instead. Richard went to the local historical society to see if he could find any records of who lived here before my mum's family bought it in the 1970s. What he discovered was disturbing. The house was built in 1842 by a man named Edward Blackwood, no relation to us, despite sharing the same last name. Weird coincidence. Edward lived here with his wife, Charlotte. According to the records, Charlotte died under mysterious circumstances in 1868. Edward continued to live in the house alone until his death in 1903. Here's the creepy part. Charlotte died on December 22nd, the same day our Christmas decorations first fell last year, and according to local gossip from that time, which Richard found in old newspaper clippings, Edward caught Charlotte having an affair with a younger man. Some people suspected he killed her in a fit of jealousy, but it was never proven. After learning this, things started to make more sense. The upside-down objects related to love and relationships. The activity starting around the anniversary of Charlotte's death. It's like Edward's ghost is still angry about her betrayal, still haunting the house all these years later. Last night was the worst yet. I woke up around 3 in the morning to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. I was too terrified to move, so I just lay there with my eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. I could feel something, standing next to my bed, watching me. The air was ice cold. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder, a cold, heavy hand. It shook me gently, like it was trying to wake me up. I couldn't pretend anymore. I opened my eyes and found myself staring directly into the face of the old man. Edward. He was leaning over me, his face inches from mine. Those black hole eyes were staring right into mine. His mouth moved, and this time I heard something, a whisper, barely audible. "She's coming back." I screamed so loud my throat still hurts. Mum and Richard burst into my room seconds later, but by then Edward was gone. I told them what happened, what he said. None of us slept the rest of the night. I don't know what "she's coming back" means. Is Charlotte's ghost going to start haunting us too, or is Edward warning us about something else? All I know is that I'm typing this with my back against the wall, jumping at every little sound in this house. Mum and Richard are downstairs discussing what to do. I can hear them arguing. Richard thinks we should get a priest to bless the house. Mum wants to call some paranormal investigators. Me? I just want to get out of here, but something tells me that whatever is happening isn't finished yet. Edward has a message he's trying to deliver, and I'm afraid we're going to have to hear him out whether we want to or not. Wait, did you hear that? There's that scratching sound from the attic again. Oh God, the temperature just dropped like 20 degrees. I can see my breath now. Something's coming down the hallway. Heavy footsteps, slow, deliberate. My door is starting to open. Story 14. I can't shake what happened last summer. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks, but I need to tell someone who might understand. Maybe writing it down will help make sense of it, though I doubt anything will. I moved back in with my mom in Brentwood last May after my apartment lease ended. It was supposed to be temporary, just until I found a better job and saved enough for a new place. Mom lives in this old ranch-style house that's been slowly falling apart for years. The paint peels off in strips when it rains hard. The plumbing makes these awful groaning sounds at night, and half the electrical outlets don't even work. But it was free, and beggars can't be choosers. The real problem wasn't the house, it was Derek, my mom's boyfriend of 8 months. They met at her workplace, and within weeks he was practically living with us. Derek was intense, When he wasn't completely checked out and staring into space, he'd go on these paranoid rants about the energy in the house. Mom called it spiritual sensitivity. I called it creepy as hell. I'd come home from my retail job, exhausted from being on my feet all day, and Derek would be sitting in the dark living room, just waiting. He'd say things like, "This house has visitors, Riley. They come at night when you're sleeping." At first, I thought he was trying to scare me, some weird power play to get me to move out. But the look in his eyes when he talked about it was too genuine to be fake. He believed what he was saying, and that scared me more than the actual claims. About a month after I moved in, Derek started getting worse. He'd wake up in the middle of the night shouting about shadows in the corners of his room. I'd hear him and Mom arguing in hushed voices. "They're getting bolder," he'd say. "The boy is the worst. He just stands there watching." Mom would try to calm him down, but I could tell she was getting worn down by it all. I tried to ignore it. I worked late shifts when I could, spent weekends with friends, anything to avoid being in that house with Derek, but money was tight and gas isn't cheap. Eventually, I had to face the reality that I was stuck there for the foreseeable future. The night it happened was a Thursday in July. I remember because I had picked up an extra shift at the store covering for a co-worker who had a family emergency. By the time I got home, it was almost midnight. My feet were killing me and all I wanted was to crash on my bed. Mom and Derek were already asleep, or at least their bedroom door was closed and the lights were off. I grabbed a glass of water from the kitchen and noticed how eerily quiet the house was. Usually there's ambient noise, the refrigerator humming, the AC kicking on, the house settling. But that night, it was dead silent. I was too tired to care. I flopped down on the living room couch, not even bothering to change out of my work clothes. I just kicked off my shoes and pulled the throw blanket over me. I remember thinking I'd just rest my eyes for a few minutes before dragging myself to my bedroom. The couch faced the front window. Mom had these cheap vertical blinds that never closed properly. There was always a gap on one side where they didn't quite meet the wall. I didn't bother fixing them because, honestly, who would be looking in? Our house sat at the end of a cul-de-sac with a small wooded area behind it. Not exactly high traffic. I fell asleep almost instantly, but woke up sometime later. That sudden, jarring kind of waking where you're not sure what disturbed you. The living room was dark except for the dim blue glow from the microwave clock in the adjacent kitchen. The display read 3:22. At first I thought maybe I'd heard something. Mom or Derek getting up to use the bathroom. I lay still, listening, but there was nothing. Then I felt it. That creeping sensation of being watched. You know that feeling? Like something cold is sliding down your spine. I turned my head toward the window, and that's when I saw him. There was a boy standing outside, peering in through that gap in the blinds. He looked maybe 10 or 11 years old, dressed in a dirt-stained baseball uniform, the kind little league teams wear, with the baggy pants and button-up shirt. His cap was pulled low, but I could see his face clearly in the moonlight. His skin was ashen gray, like concrete, and his eyes, God, his eyes were just empty, not black or white or any color, just hollow, like someone had erased them but left perfect circular voids where they should have been. Yet somehow, I knew he was looking directly at me. I couldn't move. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I've had that before, and this was different. This was pure, primal fear freezing every muscle in my body. My brain was screaming at me to run, to scream, to do something, but my body wouldn't respond. The boy didn't move either. He just stared, his expression a mixture of sadness and hunger. Not physical hunger, but like he was desperately seeking something. His lips were slightly parted, but no breath fogged the glass, despite the cool night air. I have no idea how long we stayed like that. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time seemed to stretch and distort. I remember thinking, with absolute certainty, that if he somehow got inside, I would die. Not that he would kill me, but that the sheer wrongness of him would stop my heart. Then I heard footsteps behind me, soft and measured on the carpet. I couldn't turn to look. I was still locked in that staring contest with the boy outside. But I knew it was Derek. Somehow, I just knew. He walked slowly into my field of vision, wearing just his boxers and a t-shirt. He didn't look at me. His eyes were fixed on the window, on the boy. "You see him too," he whispered. Those 4 words broke something in me. Because until that moment, there was a part of my brain still clinging to the possibility that this was a nightmare or a hallucination from exhaustion or a trick of the light. But Derek saw him too. The boy was real. I managed to make a small, strangled sound in my throat. Not quite a word, just an acknowledgement. Derek moved toward the window with a calmness that was completely at odds with the situation. He reached out and pulled the cord to raise the blinds fully, removing the barrier between us and the boy. The boy didn't flinch or run. He just tilted his head slightly, those empty eye sockets still fixed on me. "He's back," Derek said, his voice eerily casual. "I told your mom he would keep coming back." My voice finally returned, though it came out as barely a whisper. "What? Who is he?" Derek ignored my question. Instead, he pressed his palm against the glass, right at the boy's eye level. "You can't have her," he said to the boy. "She's not the one you're looking for." The boy's head tilted the other way, like a dog trying to understand human speech. Then, for the first time, he moved. He lifted his own small gray hand and placed it against the glass, mirroring Derek's. I swear I felt the temperature in the room drop 20 degrees in an instant. The windows didn't frost, but my breath came out in visible puffs. "You need to go now," Derek continued, his tone firm but not unkind, like he was talking to a stubborn child. "This isn't your place anymore. You know that." The boy's mouth opened wider, and I braced myself for, what? A scream, a demonic howl? But there was nothing, just that silent, gaping maw. After what seemed like an eternity, the boy lowered his hand and stepped back from the window. He looked at me one last time. I felt it, even without seeing actual eyes, then turned and walked away into the darkness beyond our yard. Derek let out a long breath and slowly lowered the blinds again. I found my voice properly then. "What the hell was that?" I demanded, my words coming out in a rush. "Who was that? What did you mean he's back? Has this happened before?" Derek turned to me, and his face had that same distant, checked-out expression I'd seen so many times, like he'd used up all his energy and was running on empty. "Go to bed, Riley," he said flatly. "It's late." "Are you kidding me? After what just happened? After—" "It's handled," he cut me off. "He won't be back tonight. Just go to bed." He walked away before I could argue further, disappearing back into the bedroom he shared with Mom. I heard the door close quietly. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat on the couch until dawn broke, staring at that window, jumping at every sound, the refrigerator kicking on, a car passing on the distant main road, the early morning birds. When Mom got up for work, I tried to tell her what happened. She looked concerned, but in that way parents do when they think you've had a nightmare. "Honey, you were exhausted. You fell asleep on the couch. It was probably just a bad dream mixed with some of Derek's silly ghost stories." She pressed her hand to my forehead like I was a child with a fever. "You do look tired. Why don't you call in sick today?" I did call in sick, but not to sleep. I spent the day researching the history of our house, the neighborhood, any accidents involving children in the area. I found nothing about a boy in a baseball uniform, no missing children reports that matched, no tragic Little League accidents. When Derek got up around noon, he worked evening shifts. He acted completely normal, like nothing had happened. When I cornered him in the kitchen and demanded answers, he looked genuinely confused. "What are you talking about, Riley? I slept through the night. Maybe you had a dream." He poured himself coffee, completely unconcerned. "You know, stress can cause vivid dreams. You've been working too much. I moved out the following month, using nearly all my savings to get a small studio apartment closer to work. I told Mom it was about the commute, but really, I couldn't spend another night in that house, jumping at shadows and staring at that damn window. The thing is, sometimes I almost convince myself it was just a nightmare, that Derek's weeks of talking about entities and visitors had planted the seed in my subconscious, that the stress of living with my mom and her weird boyfriend in that depressing house had finally manifested in a hallucination. But then I remember those empty eyes, the way the temperature dropped when he touched the glass, and most of all, those 4 words from Derek, "You see him too." I still haven't figured out what happened that night. Was it really a ghost? If so, who was he? What did he want? And why did Derek act like he'd never seen him the next day? I don't have answers. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm falling asleep in my new apartment, I catch myself glancing at the window, just to make sure there's not a small gray face peering in at me through the glass. Story 15. I never believed in ghosts. Not even a little bit. I'm a software developer, for crying out loud. I deal with logic, algorithms, things I can see and fix. So when Sarah and I bought that old Victorian on Pine Road last spring, the last thing I expected was, well, any of this. It started small. We'd been in the house maybe 3 weeks when I first noticed something off. I was working late in my makeshift office downstairs, coding with my headphones on. When I took them off around 2 in the morning to grab some water, I heard what sounded like footsteps overhead. Sarah was asleep in our bedroom on the 2nd floor, but these steps were coming from above that, from the attic. I figured it was just the house settling. That's what everyone says about old houses, right? This one was built in 1923, so nearly 100 years of creaks and groans seemed normal. I ignored it and went back to work. But it kept happening. Night after night, those soft footsteps pacing back and forth when nobody should have been moving around. Then came the scratching sounds, like fingernails dragging slowly across the ceiling. "It's probably mice," Sarah said when I mentioned it over breakfast one morning. "We should get some traps." So we did. I set them throughout the attic, even though I hated going up there. The space felt wrong somehow, cold spots that shouldn't exist. That musty smell that seemed to concentrate in one corner. But no mice ever took the bait. About a month in, things escalated. I was alone in the house on a Saturday. Sarah had gone to visit her sister for the weekend when I heard my name being called. "John." Just a whisper, so faint I thought I'd imagined it. But then it came again, slightly louder. "John." I nearly jumped out of my skin. I searched the entire house, convinced someone had broken in, but found nothing. Every door locked, every window sealed. I was completely alone, or should have been. When Sarah got back on Sunday, I told her what happened. She laughed it off. "You've been working too hard. Your brain's playing tricks on you." Maybe she was right. I'd been putting in 60-hour weeks trying to meet a deadline, but the whispers didn't stop. If anything, they became more frequent. More insistent. "John, help us. John, come upstairs. John, find me." I started losing sleep. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My work began to suffer. Sarah started getting worried. Not about the house, but about me. "Maybe you should see someone," she suggested gently one evening. "A therapist, or even just our doctor. This stress isn't healthy." But I knew I wasn't crazy. Something was happening in our house, something that wanted my attention. The breaking point came 6 weeks after we moved in. I was heading to bed when the whispers started up again, louder than ever before. John.attic.now. It wasn't just in my head. The voice seemed to come from the walls themselves, vibrating through the house. Sarah was in the shower and didn't hear it, but I felt it in my bones. Against every rational thought in my body, I went to the attic stairs and climbed up. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the knob. The door swung open with a long, pained creak. The attic was pitch black except for the faint moonlight filtering through a small circular window. I fumbled for the light switch, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. When the bare bulb flickered on, I saw it, an old trunk tucked away in the far corner that I hadn't noticed during previous trips up here. It was an antique thing, wooden with metal bindings, the kind people used to travel with a century ago. It wasn't locked. As I approached it, the whispers grew more excited, almost encouraging. Yes, open it. Find me. My hands trembled as I lifted the heavy lid. Inside lay a collection of women's belongings from another era. Yellowed letters tied with faded ribbon, a tarnished hand mirror, a leather-bound journal, and several black and white photographs. I picked up one of the photos. A young woman stared back at me, probably in her early 20s, with dark hair pinned up in the style of the 1920s. She had a haunted look about her, even in the photograph, something in her eyes that seemed desperate, pleading. I flipped it over. On the back, in elegant handwriting, Clara Wilson, March 12, 1924. The journal drew me next. The leather was cracked with age, the pages brittle. I carefully opened it to the first entry. April 10th, 1923. We've finally moved into our new home on Pine Road. Thomas is pleased with the purchase, though I find the house somewhat oppressive. The attic especially gives me chills. I feel as though I'm being watched whenever I venture up there. I sat down on the dusty floor, transfixed. As I flipped through more entries, Clara's experiences began to mirror my own with unsettling precision. June 2nd. The whispers have started again. Thomas believes I'm becoming hysterical, but I know what I hear. Someone is calling my name in the night. August 15th. The shadows in the attic move when no one is there to cast them. I've taken to avoiding that part of the house entirely. October 21st. I found strange markings carved into the baseboards today. When I showed Thomas, he couldn't see them. They disappeared when I tried to touch them. The last entry was dated December 3rd, 1924. I can no longer tell what's real and what isn't. The voices won't let me sleep. They say I belong with them, inside the walls. Thomas is sending me away tomorrow to a place where they treat women like me. I won't go. There's another way out. God forgive me. My blood ran cold. What happened to Clara? Did she... A loud thump behind me made me jump. I whirled around, but nothing was there, just shadows. But they seemed darker somehow, more substantial. And was that movement in the corner? John, what are you doing up here? Sarah's voice from the attic doorway nearly gave me a heart attack. I shoved the journal back into the trunk and closed it. Just checking for leaks, I lied, with all the rain we've been having. She looked skeptical but didn't push it. Well, come to bed. It's after midnight. I followed her down but couldn't shake the image of Clara from my mind. That night, the whispers were clearer than ever. Help me, John. I'm still here, trapped. The next day was supposed to be our housewarming party. We'd invited about 20 people, friends, colleagues, neighbors we'd met since moving in. I wanted to cancel, but Sarah had put so much work into planning it. So I forced a smile and helped her prepare, all while feeling Clara's presence growing stronger. People started arriving around 7. I tried to act normal, making small talk, giving tours of the house, but I kept catching glimpses of something out of the corner of my eye, a woman in outdated clothes, watching from doorways, only to vanish when I turned to look. My friend Mike noticed something was off. You okay, man? You seem tense. Just tired, I said, still settling in. He nodded toward the ceiling. What's up there? More rooms. Just the attic, I said quickly. Nothing interesting. Storage space. Mind if I check it out? I love these old houses. A surge of panic hit me. No, I said too loudly, causing nearby conversations to falter. More calmly, I added, I mean, it's a mess up there. Not safe. Loose floorboards. Mike gave me an odd look, but dropped it. Throughout the night, I caught myself staring at the attic door, half expecting Clara to materialize and join our party. After everyone left, Sarah confronted me. What the hell is going on with you? She demanded. You've been acting weird for weeks, and tonight you were downright rude to people." I couldn't hold it back anymore. I told her everything. The whispers, finding Clara's trunk, the journal entries. I expected her to think I was losing my mind, but instead, she went pale. "I've been hearing things too," she admitted quietly. "I thought it was just the house, like I told you. But sometimes, when you're not home, I hear a woman crying." We stayed up all night talking, comparing experiences. Sarah had felt cold spots too, and once saw a shadow person in our bedroom mirror. We agreed to research Clara's history the next day, but that night the whispers became a chorus, dozens of voices calling out at once, some pleading, others demanding. "Help us. Release us. Come to the attic." Around 3 in the morning, I couldn't take it anymore. Sarah had finally fallen asleep, but I was wide awake, the voices drilling into my skull. I went to the attic alone. Clara's trunk was open when I got there, though I'd closed it the day before. Her belongings were arranged in a sort of circle on the floor. I hadn't done that, but somehow I knew what to do next. I sat in the middle of the circle and picked up her journal. "Clara," I said softly, "I want to help you. Tell me how." The temperature plummeted. My breath came out in white puffs. The shadows in the corners of the attic began to move, flowing together like streams of dark water, coalescing into a human shape. And there she was, Clara Wilson, just as she appeared in the photograph, but translucent, her edges blurring into the darkness around her. Her eyes held decades of pain. "You found me," she whispered, her voice exactly as I'd heard it through the walls. "What happened to you?" I asked, my voice shaking. "I couldn't leave," she said. "None of us could. This house, it keeps us, feeds on us." "Us?" She gestured to the shadows behind her, and I realized with horror that they too had faces, dozens of them, all with the same desperate expressions. "Everyone who's died here," Clara explained. "We're bound to this place, but you can hear us, you can help us." "How?" I was terrified but couldn't turn away. "Acknowledge us, remember us. That's all we've wanted, someone to know we existed." I spent the rest of that night in the attic with Clara and the others, listening to their stories. Some had died naturally, others by suicide or murder. Clara herself had taken her own life rather than be institutionalized, hanged herself from the attic rafters. The house had somehow trapped their spirits, their pain feeding whatever dark energy permeated the walls. As dawn broke, Clara's form began to fade. "Thank you," she said, "for seeing me, for believing." Before she disappeared entirely, I promised to help the others too. One by one, over the coming days, I learned their names, heard their stories. With each acknowledgement, another spirit found peace, until only Clara remained. On what would be our last night in the house, because yes, we sold it soon after, Clara appeared to both Sarah and me. "You've freed us all," she said. "The house has no hold on us anymore." With a smile that erased decades of anguish from her face, Clara's spirit dissolved into light, leaving our attic and our lives forever. We moved out the following week. I couldn't bring myself to tell the new owners what had happened. They probably wouldn't have believed me anyway. But I did leave Clara's journal in the trunk where I found it, just in case they started hearing whispers too. Sometimes I still dream of Clara and the others, but the dreams aren't frightening anymore. They're peaceful, and when I wake up, I no longer hear whispers calling my name. Story 16. I still can't fully explain what happened that night 3 weeks ago. I've been going over it constantly in my mind, trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I'm not even sure why I'm writing this down now, except maybe I need to get it out of my system. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar. For context, I live with my girlfriend Sarah in this tiny apartment, barely 380 square feet, on the 3rd floor of an older building downtown. It's cramped, but affordable, and we've made it work for almost 2 years now. The layout is simple. You walk in, and the bathroom is immediately to your left. Then there's this short hallway that leads past the kitchen area and into our main living space where we have our bed, a small table, and not much else. That night started like any other. We'd gone to bed around 11:30, and Sarah fell asleep almost immediately like she always does. I stayed up scrolling on my phone for a bit before drifting off myself. I keep my gun in the nightstand, I have a permit, and living where we do, it just gives me peace of mind. Nothing fancy, just a 9mm. I woke up to use the bathroom sometime in the middle of the night. I didn't check the time, didn't want to blind myself with phone light, but it felt like maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. You know that deep, silent time of night when the world feels completely still. I carefully got out of bed, trying not to wake Sarah, and made my way to the bathroom in the dark. Our apartment is so small, I can navigate it blindfolded. After I finished, I washed my hands and headed back toward the bed, still in almost complete darkness. The only light came from the dim glow of a street lamp filtering through our cheap blinds, casting faint shadows across the apartment. That's when I saw it. Someone sitting at our kitchen table. I froze instantly, every muscle in my body locked up. It wasn't Sarah. This figure was much larger, broader. The silhouette was massive, even sitting down. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but our door has 3 locks, and we're on the 3rd floor. The windows don't open more than a few inches for safety reasons. My gun was in the nightstand, maybe 15 feet away. I could make a dash for it, but then what? What if they were armed too? What if I woke Sarah and put her in danger? My brain was racing through options while my body remained completely paralyzed. Then, it spoke. "It's not the time yet, but do not lose your faith in me." The voice was wrong, not threatening or monstrous, but unnaturally smooth and calm, too composed, too measured, like someone trying very hard to sound human, but not quite managing it. I'm not a religious person, but in that moment, I felt like I was hearing something that wasn't meant for human ears. I somehow found my voice, though it came out as barely a whisper. "Who?" The figure raised a hand, cutting me off. "You do not want to wake her up," it said, pointing towards Sarah sleeping in our bed. The casual familiarity in the gesture made my skin crawl, like it knew us, like it had been watching us. It stood then, and Jesus Christ, it was tall. I'm 6 feet even, and this thing towered over me by at least a foot, maybe more. In the darkness, I couldn't make out details, just this immense silhouette backlit by the faint glow from the window. Its proportions seemed slightly off somehow, limbs a bit too long, head a bit too small, but not in an obvious monster movie way, just not quite right. "Thank you for the water," it said, gesturing to the table. There was a glass there, a glass that I hadn't put out, a glass that hadn't been there when we went to bed. My throat constricted with fear. The figure placed something on the edge of the table, I couldn't see what, then turned toward our window. It just stood there for a moment, staring out at nothing in particular before saying, "Remember what I told you," and then it was gone. Not like it walked away or slipped out. It was just not there anymore. 1 second standing by our table, the next, nothing. No sound, no movement, just gone. I stood frozen for what felt like forever, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. The only sound was Sarah's soft breathing from the bed and my own thundering heartbeat. Finally, I managed to force my legs to carry me to the nightstand. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pull the drawer open. But when I did, my gun was still there. I fumbled for the switch on our bedside lamp, wincing as the light clicked on. Sarah stirred, but didn't wake up. My eyes immediately went to the kitchen table. There was indeed a glass of water there, and beside it, lined up in a neat row along the edge of the table, were the bullets from my gun. My hand flew to the nightstand drawer. I grabbed my gun, popped the magazine, and found it completely empty. The bullets on the table were mine, all of them. This thing had somehow taken the bullets from my loaded gun without making a sound, without me seeing it happen. I rushed to check the door. All 3 locks were still engaged from the inside, the windows were closed, the chain lock still in place. There was literally no way anything could have gotten in or out of our apartment, but it had been here. The water glass proved that. The bullets proved that. I stood there, gun in hand, staring at those bullets for a long time. I should have been panicking, should have been waking Sarah, calling the police, something. But instead, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion hit me. I've never felt anything like it before or since, like someone had suddenly replaced all my blood with lead. My eyelids felt impossibly heavy. My thoughts became sluggish. I remember thinking that I should stay awake, that I needed to protect us. But I couldn't fight it. I barely made it back to bed before consciousness slipped away from me. When I woke up the next morning for a split second, I thought it had all been a nightmare. Then I saw the glass still sitting on our kitchen table, the bullets still arranged in that perfect line. Sarah was already up, getting ready for work. "Did you get up for water last night?" she asked casually, nodding toward the glass. I didn't know what to say. How do you explain something like this? I mumbled something about not being able to sleep, and she didn't press further. I waited until she left for work before I picked up those bullets with shaking hands and reloaded my gun. I've been sleeping terribly ever since. Every little noise wakes me. I've checked our locks dozens of times each night. I've set up a small security camera pointing at our kitchen table, but it hasn't captured anything unusual. Sarah has noticed something's wrong, but I can't bring myself to tell her. She'd either think I was making it up or be terrified to stay here, and we can't afford to move right now. The thing that keeps gnawing at me is what it said. It's not the time yet. Not the time for what? What am I supposed to have faith in, and why me? I've searched online for similar experiences, but nothing quite matches. I'm not religious, I don't have a history of sleepwalking or sleep paralysis, and I wasn't drinking or on any medication that night. The worst part is that I can't shake the feeling that it's going to come back, that whatever time it was referring to is approaching. Sometimes I feel like I'm being watched, even in broad daylight. I've taken to keeping my gun closer, but then I remember how easily it disarmed me before, and I wonder what good it would do. I haven't told anyone about this until now. I'm not even sure why I'm sharing it here, except that I need someone to believe me. I need to know I'm not losing my mind, because the alternative, that something can enter a locked apartment, disarm a loaded weapon without waking anyone, and vanish without a trace, is almost too terrifying to contemplate. I keep replaying that voice in my head, so calm, so certain. It's not the time yet, but do not lose your faith in me. Like it was delivering a message it had been practicing for a long time. And sometimes, in the middle of the night when I can't sleep, I find myself staring at our kitchen table, wondering if tonight might be the time, whatever that means. Wondering if it's watching me right now as I type this. The water in that glass wasn't just regular tap water, by the way. When I examined it the next morning, it had this slightly sweet smell to it, almost like nectar. I didn't drink it. I poured it down the drain as soon as Sarah left. But sometimes I wonder if I should have kept it, had it analyzed, if it might have given me some clue about what visited me that night. I check my gun every night now before I go to bed. The bullets are always there, but I can't shake the feeling that it doesn't matter, that if this thing decides to come back, locks and loaded weapons won't make any difference. I don't know what it wanted from me. I don't know what faith it expects me to have. All I know is that something impossible happened in my apartment 3 weeks ago, and I haven't had a good night's sleep since. Story 17. I've been driving semis for almost 15 years now. You get used to the long stretches of empty highway, the blur of headlights, and the way time seems to stretch and contract when you're alone with nothing but your thoughts and the rumble of 18 wheels beneath you. I've seen my share of weird shit on the road, accidents that make your stomach turn, hitchhikers that give off bad vibes, strange lights in the sky over desert stretches where civilization feels like a distant memory. But what happened to me last October on I-40 near the Arizona border? I still can't make sense of it. I was hauling a load of electronics from Tennessee to California. Pretty routine stuff. I'd done this particular route dozens of times and knew every truck stop, every rest area, every quirk of the road. It was around 2 in the morning, and I was starting to feel that familiar heaviness behind my eyes that tells you it's time for a break. You learn to respect that feeling in this line of work. Push too far, and you're not just risking your life, but everyone else's on the road. There's this small rest stop just before you hit the Arizona border. Nothing special, just a concrete building with bathrooms, some vending machines that never seem to work right, and a gravel lot where you can pull off and catch some shut-eye. Most truckers prefer the bigger places with showers and hot food, so this spot is usually empty, especially in the middle of the night. That night, I was grateful for the solitude. I pulled in, killed the engine, and sat for a moment in the silence. There's something about that sudden quiet after hours of highway noise that makes your ears ring. The only light came from a single flickering lamppost and the cold glow of the moon overhead. I stretched, grabbed my thermos, and stepped down from the cab, ready to walk off the stiffness in my legs. That's when I noticed the other truck. It was parked at the far end of the lot, half hidden in shadow, an older model Peterbilt, dull red paint peeling at the edges. At first, I thought another driver had the same idea I did, but something was off about it. As I got closer, I could see weeds growing up around the tires, not just a few sprigs, but thick patches that suggested it had been sitting there for months, maybe years. I've always been curious, a bad habit according to my ex-wife, so I wandered over to check it out. The cab was empty, covered in a fine layer of dust. The registration sticker on the windshield had expired 3 years ago. It looked like someone had just parked it one day and walked away, leaving it to slowly become part of the landscape. I was about to head back to my own rig when I heard it, a sound that still crawls up my spine when I think about it. A low, mournful wail, somewhere between a sob and a howl. I froze, coffee forgotten in my hand, scanning the darkened rest area. "Hello," I called out. "Someone there?" The wailing stopped abruptly. Then footsteps, slow, dragging footsteps on gravel. She emerged from behind the abandoned truck, and even in the poor light I could tell something wasn't right. A woman, maybe in her 30s, wearing what might have once been a nice blouse and jeans, but now they hung on her frame like clothes on a scarecrow. Her hair was matted and wild, and her face, God, her face, gaunt, with hollowed cheeks and dark circles under eyes that seemed too large for her head. But it was the emptiness in those eyes that really got to me, like looking into two black holes. "Are you okay, ma'am?" I asked, keeping my distance. Working alone on the road, you develop a sense for trouble, and everything about this woman was screaming danger, but I couldn't just walk away, not if she needed help. She tilted her head slightly, studying me with those empty eyes. When she finally spoke, her voice was raspy, like she hadn't used it in ages. "I was driving," she whispered, gesturing vaguely toward the abandoned truck. "I lost everything. Now I can't find my way back." "Back where?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "Do you need me to call someone for you?" She shook her head slowly. "They can't hear phones. Only the road calls to them." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the night air. Every instinct was telling me to get back in my truck and drive away fast. But 15 years on the road teaches you something about humanity too. People break down, get stranded, lose their way. Maybe she was just confused or mentally ill. Maybe she needed real help. "I'm headed west," I said carefully. "I can give you a ride to the next town if you want. There's a hospital there." Her face changed then. A flicker of something almost hungry passed over it before settling back into that eerie blankness. "Yes," she whispered. "West. That's where I need to go." I hesitated, then nodded. "All right, my truck's just over there. Let me get you some water first." She followed me back to my rig, moving with an odd gliding step that didn't quite match the sound of footsteps I'd heard earlier. I climbed up, grabbed a bottle of water from my cooler, and handed it down to her. She took it, but didn't drink. "You'll want to buckle up," I said, as she settled into the passenger seat. The cab suddenly felt smaller, colder. "It's the law." She made no move to reach for the seatbelt, just stared straight ahead at the dark road beyond the windshield. I decided not to push it. As I started the engine, I felt a wave of relief at the familiar rumble. I pulled out of the rest area, glancing one last time at the abandoned Peterbilt in my side mirror. For a second, I thought I saw movement around it. Dark shapes shifting in the deeper shadows, but I blinked and there was nothing. The first 15 minutes were silent. Not a comfortable silence, but the kind that feels like pressure building, like the air before a storm breaks. She hadn't moved, hadn't blinked, hadn't sipped her water, just stared ahead, those hollow eyes reflecting the occasional headlights of oncoming traffic. I tried making conversation, asked her name, where she was from, how long she'd been at that rest stop. She answered none of it. The only acknowledgement that she even heard me was a slight tightening at the corners of her mouth. I turned on the radio, hoping some music might break the tension. At first, there was nothing but static. I frowned and tried another station. More static. Then another. Same result. "Sorry," I said. "Reception gets spotty out here in the..." That's when it happened. The static cleared for a moment, and through the speakers came a voice, faint, distorted, but unmistakably human. "Please, anyone, help us." I jerked my hand back from the dial like it had burned me. The woman beside me suddenly came to life, leaning forward, her head cocked toward the radio. "They're calling," she said, her voice barely audible over the renewed burst of static. "Who's calling?" I asked, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. "The others. They've been waiting so long." The radio crackled again, and this time I heard multiple voices, overlapping each other, pleading, crying out. None of it made sense, but the desperation in those voices was unmistakable. "Turn it off," I said, reaching for the knob. Her hand shot out, grabbing my wrist. Her touch was ice cold, her grip unnaturally strong. "No," she said. "Listen, they need you." I pulled my arm free, heart hammering in my chest. Something was very wrong here. The road ahead seemed to stretch and warp, the white lines blurring together. I blinked hard, trying to focus. When I looked out the side window, I realized the landscape had changed. The sparse desert scrub had given way to twisted, stunted trees that hadn't been there before. They were too close to the road, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. "Where are we?" I asked, panic rising in my throat. She smiled then, a terrible, empty smile that never reached her eyes. "Almost there," she whispered. I checked the GPS on my phone, but the screen showed nothing but static, like the radio. The mile markers on the roadside had disappeared. The other traffic, the few cars and trucks that had been sharing the interstate, was gone. It was just us now, speeding through a landscape that couldn't possibly exist along I-40. "I think we need to turn around," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "This isn't right." "No turning back now," she said. Her voice had changed, taking on a strange, echoing quality. "They've waited so long for someone like you, strong, full of life." The trees were closing in, their branches now scraping against the sides of my truck. I could swear I saw faces in the twisted bark, mouths opened in silent screams, eyes following our movement. The shadows between the trees seemed to pulse and writhe with a life of their own. I hit the brakes hard, the truck skidding to a stop in the middle of what no longer resembled any interstate I knew. The woman turned to me, and in the green glow of the dashboard lights, her face was transforming. The hollows of her cheeks deepened, her skin stretching tight over bone, those empty eyes growing larger, darker. "Why are you stopping?" she asked, reaching for me. "We're so close." I fumbled with my seatbelt, desperate to get away from her, from whatever this place was. The radio was screaming now, a cacophony of voices begging, pleading, warning. "Stay away from me," I yelled, finally freeing myself and lunging for the door. I half fell, half jumped from the cab, my boots hitting ground that felt wrong, soft and giving, like I was standing on something alive. The air was thick, hard to breathe, carrying a smell of decay and something older, more primitive. She was suddenly beside me, though I hadn't seen her leave the truck. She moved with unnatural speed, circling me like a predator. "They need new voices," she said, her own voice now a haunting melody that seemed to come from everywhere at once. New stories, new lives to remember. Around us, the shadows were condensing, taking shape. Figures formed in the darkness, dozens of them, Hundreds maybe, their outlines blurring and sharpening as they moved closer. I could make out hands reaching, mouths opening and closing in silent speech, eyes reflecting a light that had no source. I ran. Blind panic took over, and I just ran. Away from the truck, away from her, away from those shapes in the darkness. I had no idea which direction I was going, but it didn't matter. Branches clawed at my face and arms, roots seemed to reach up to trip me, and all the while I could hear her voice behind me, calling, singing, promising. "Join us," she called. "Be part of us. Remember with us." I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, my lungs burning, legs screaming for rest. But suddenly, impossibly, I burst out of the twisted forest and found myself on the shoulder of I-40. The real I-40, with normal desert stretching away on either side, the distant lights of a truck stop glowing like salvation about half a mile ahead. I staggered toward it, looking back over my shoulder every few steps, expecting to see her and her shadow companions emerging from the darkness behind me, but there was nothing, just the empty highway stretching back into the night. I made it to the truck stop, collapsing through the door of the convenience store, babbling to the startled clerk about the woman, the shadows, the voices on the radio. They called the police, probably thinking I was drunk or high or having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I was. The cops found my truck parked at the rest area where this all began. The keys were in the ignition, the engine cold. According to them, it had been there for hours. There was no sign of the woman, no twisted forest, no abandoned Peterbilt, just my rig, sitting alone under that single flickering lamppost. They did a drug test. It came back negative. They checked me for head injuries, for signs of a stroke, for any medical explanation for what I had experienced. Nothing. Eventually, they wrote it off as exhaustion, hallucinations from too many hours on the road. I let them think that. It was easier than the alternative. I still drive, had to get back to work to pay the bills, but I've changed my routes. I don't take I-40 anymore, especially not at night, and I never ever stop at rest areas when I'm alone. Sometimes, when I'm driving and the radio hits a patch of static, I find myself holding my breath, waiting for those voices to break through again. And on clear nights when the moon is high, I check my mirrors more often than I need to, watching for a gaunt figure with hollow eyes standing on the shoulder of the road, because I know she's still out there, somewhere along that stretch of interstate, waiting with her shadows, calling new travelers to join her. And I can't shake the feeling that someday I'll look up and see her standing in the middle of the road ahead, no matter how far I've driven to escape. Story 18. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts, demons, or any of that supernatural stuff. My sisters always tried to scare me with their ghost stories and paranormal experiences, but I usually just rolled my eyes and chalked it up to their overactive imaginations. That was until about 3 months ago. I'd just turned 18 last spring and was home for the summer before starting college in the fall. My parents were away on a 2-week cruise, a second honeymoon type thing, leaving me and my 2 older sisters, Megan, 21, and Jade, 23, alone at the house. Megan had recently gotten into spiritual stuff, as she called it, crystals, tarot cards, sage burning, the whole 9 yards. I found it all pretty silly, to be honest. One boring Friday night, Megan pulled out an old Ouija board she'd bought at some thrift store. I remember laughing when she set it on our living room coffee table. "You can't seriously believe that thing works," I said, watching her light some candles around it. "Just shut up and try it with us, Olivia," Jade said, already sitting cross-legged on the floor. "What's the worst that could happen?" I should have walked away. I really should have. The 3 of us sat around the board, placed our fingers lightly on the planchette as Megan had instructed, and began asking questions. Nothing happened at first, and I was about to call it quits when suddenly the planchette started moving, slowly at first, then with more purpose. I immediately accused my sisters of pushing it. "I swear we're not moving it," Megan insisted, looking genuinely surprised. What was weird was that whenever one of my sisters left to use the bathroom or grab a snack, the planchette stopped moving completely. But the moment all three of us, particularly me, had our fingers on it again, it would start answering questions. The board spelled out strange names, key, then quo, and later key. None of us knew what these meant. Maybe it's trying to tell us something, Megan suggested, her eyes wide with excitement. We played with the board for 3 nights straight. Each time, it only worked when I was participating. Megan developed this theory that I was somehow sensitive or receptive to spiritual energy. "You're like a conduit, Liv," she told me on the 3rd night. "The spirits are drawn to you." I'd laugh it off, but deep down I was becoming curious. Was there something to this? Was I actually connecting with something? That's when I made the worst decision of my life. On Monday night, my sisters both went out to a concert about an hour away. They'd be gone until the next morning, crashing at a friend's place near the venue. I found myself alone in our big empty house, and my thoughts kept drifting to the Ouija board sitting in Megan's room. I knew the rules. Everyone knows them, right? Never play alone. Always say goodbye. Don't ask about death or God. But I was 18, skeptical, and stupidly curious. I snuck into Megan's room and took the board, along with some of her spiritual tools. A few crystals she claimed would protect users, and some white candles for purity. I didn't believe in any of it, but I figured I'd set things up properly, just in case. I cleared my bedroom floor, laid down the board, placed the crystals at each corner, and lit 5 candles, 4 around the board and 1 large one in the center. It was around 10 at night, and the house was dead silent except for the occasional creak of the old wooden floors settling. I placed my fingers lightly on the planchette and took a deep breath. "Is anyone there?" I asked, feeling slightly ridiculous talking to an inanimate object. Nothing happened. The planchette didn't budge. I tried again. "Hello? Is there anyone who wants to speak with me?" Still nothing. Maybe my sisters had been moving it after all, or maybe it only worked when multiple people played. I was about to pack everything up when I remembered something Megan's weird friend had mentioned. A name that supposedly could summon a specific entity through the Ouija board, something that sounded like Zozo. Against my better judgment, I spelled it out. Z-O-Z-O, I said aloud, as I guided the planchette to each letter. The moment I finished spelling the name, the planchette yanked forward so violently that my fingers nearly slipped off. My heart jumped into my throat as it started moving rapidly across the board, circling before stopping on yes. I swallowed hard. Are you Zozo?" The planchette circled again, faster this time before landing on Y-E-S. My hands were trembling now, but I couldn't stop. "What are you?" It spelled out, "Watcher." What does that mean? What do you watch? You. A chill ran down my spine. The flame on the center candle suddenly shot up, growing taller than I'd ever seen a candle flame burn, almost a foot high. I'd never witnessed anything like it, but I told myself there must be a draft in the room. "Do you know me?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper now. "Always. Do you know my family?" Y-E-S. How? Bloodline, you special. I should have stopped there. I should have said goodbye and put the board away, but I didn't. "What do you mean, I'm special?" "Psychic, fallen angel." I almost laughed. Me? A psychic? A fallen angel? This was getting ridiculous. That's not true. The planchette moved violently. Truth? God, not real. Now I was getting uncomfortable. I think I should go now. Before I could finish, the planchette started moving again. Megan whore. My blood ran cold. Don't talk about my sister like that. Truth, I angel trying to talk. Everything about this felt wrong. The entity kept contradicting itself, first claiming to be a watcher, then an angel. It insulted my sister, then tried to seem helpful. The center candle continued burning unnaturally high, casting strange, elongated shadows across my bedroom walls. The temperature in my room had dropped noticeably, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. "I think we should say goodbye now," I said firmly, trying to guide the planchette to goodbye. It wouldn't move. It felt like something was pushing against me, keeping the planchette in the center of the board. "Please, I want to say goodbye," I insisted, pushing harder. Suddenly, the planchette shot off the board entirely, landing several feet away near my bedroom door. All 5 candles extinguished simultaneously, plunging the room into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight with shaking hands. I quickly packed up the board, shoved it under my bed, and turned on every light in my room. I didn't sleep that night. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, that maybe I'd unconsciously moved the planchette myself, but deep down, I knew better. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd overreacted. In the light of day, it all seemed so silly. I took a long, hot shower, trying to wash away the lingering unease from the night before. As I stepped out of the steamy bathroom, something caught my eye on the mirror. My heart nearly stopped. There, drawn in the condensation, was a perfect pentagram, a 5-pointed star inside a circle. I hadn't drawn it. I couldn't have drawn it. I was in the shower the whole time, and the bathroom door had been locked. I wiped it away immediately with a towel, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the fabric. I threw on some clothes without even drying myself properly and ran downstairs, unwilling to be alone in the bathroom a second longer. When my sisters came home that afternoon, I couldn't bring myself to tell them what had happened. How could I admit I'd broken the most important rule of the Ouija board? How could I explain the pentagram in the bathroom mirror? They'd either think I was making it up for attention, or worse, they'd believe me and be terrified. Over the next few days, strange things started happening around the house. Items would go missing only to turn up in bizarre places. My hairbrush in the refrigerator, my phone in the washing machine. Doors I distinctly remembered closing would be wide open minutes later. At night, I'd hear footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom, even though both my sisters confirmed they'd been asleep. One night, about a week after the solo Ouija session, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning to find all my dresser drawers pulled open and my clothes scattered across the floor. I hadn't done that. No one had. The worst part was the constant feeling of being watched. I could feel eyes on me everywhere, in the shower, while studying, even when I was just watching TV. Something had followed me home from that Ouija session, and it wasn't leaving. I tried to fix it myself. I borrowed Megan's sage without telling her why and burned it throughout the house, focusing on my bedroom and bathroom. I placed those protective crystals under my pillow and around my bed. I even looked up prayers online and recited them before going to sleep. Nothing worked. 2 nights ago, I woke up with 3 long scratches down my back. They weren't deep, but they stung like hell, and definitely weren't there when I went to bed. When I looked in the mirror, they formed a distinct pattern, 3 parallel lines, like something had dragged its claws across my skin. I still haven't told anyone the full story. How do you tell people that you might have invited something evil into your home, that you broke the cardinal rule of Ouija boards and now might be paying the price? The activity seems to be escalating. Last night, I distinctly heard someone whispering my name right next to my ear while I was trying to sleep. When I turned on the light, no one was there. The word "mine" was scratched into my wooden headboard, shallow marks that weren't there before. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make it stop. Whatever I contacted that night, whether it was this Zozo entity or something else pretending to be it, it doesn't want to leave, and I'm terrified that it's attached itself to me permanently. If you've experienced anything like this or know how to get rid of whatever is haunting me, please help. I can't live like this much longer, jumping at every shadow and noise, afraid to be alone in my own home. I'm writing this as a warning too. Never ever use a Ouija board by yourself. Some rules exist for a reason, and I'm learning that the hard way. Story 19. I've never told this story to anyone outside my immediate family and Ben. It happened about 3 years ago, and I still get chills when I think about it. Growing up in Blackthorn County meant endless forests, dirt roads, and not much else. It's the kind of place where you make your own entertainment, and for Ben and me, that meant exploring. We were both 17, restless, and thought we were invincible. Typical teenage stuff. Our town sits on the edge of a massive woodland area that spans hundreds of acres. On weekends, we take these long walks down abandoned logging roads and trails, sometimes going 8 or 9 miles from civilization. Our parents didn't worry much. We always brought our phones, water, and usually made it back before dark. This particular day was in late September. The weather was perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. We decided to explore a new area we hadn't checked out before, maybe 5 miles from my house. We followed this winding dirt road until we came across a small, unmarked turnoff that looked barely traveled. "Let's see where this goes," Ben suggested, and I agreed. Why not? About half a mile down this narrow road, we noticed a small wooden sign nailed to a tree. Ravenhill Cemetery Road. Neither of us had ever heard of Ravenhill Cemetery before, which was weird because we thought we knew all the local spots. "Probably just some old family plot," I said. We decided to check it out, thinking it might be one of those historic cemeteries from the 1800s that you sometimes find out in these woods. Sure enough, after walking another quarter mile, we found it. A small cemetery enclosed by a rusted metal fence, maybe 40 feet by 40 feet. It wasn't particularly creepy in the daylight, just old. The newest headstone we saw was from the 1960s, and most were from the 19th century, all sharing the same last name, Ravenhill. What caught our attention was that the road continued past the cemetery. There was a thin chain-link rope stretched across the path with a faded "No Trespassing" sign hanging from it. Ben looked at me with that grin he always got when he was about to suggest something stupid. "Want to see what's back there?" I hesitated for a second. What if it's private property? "Dude, look at this place. Nobody's been here in decades." He stepped over the chain. "Come on." I followed him because that's what I always did. In hindsight, I wish I'd listened to that little voice telling me to turn back. As soon as we crossed that barrier, something changed. It's hard to explain, but the forest just felt different. The wind that had been rustling through the trees completely stopped. No birds, no insects buzzing, nothing. Even the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. The tree canopy above us grew thicker, making it weirdly dark for early afternoon. The path narrowed and became overgrown, but it was definitely still a path that someone had used relatively recently. "You notice how quiet it got?" I whispered to Ben. He nodded. "Yeah, it's weird." But he kept walking and I kept following. After about 10 minutes, we started seeing tires. Not just a few, hundreds of them. Old car and truck tires scattered throughout the forest on both sides of the path. Some were stacked in piles, others just lying around randomly. They were everywhere, half buried in leaves, some hanging from tree branches. "What the hell is this place?" I muttered. "Some illegal dumping ground, I guess," Ben said, but he didn't sound convinced. The further we walked, the more tires we saw. Hundreds turned into what must have been thousands. Some had been there so long that trees were growing through their centers. The whole scene was surreal and unsettling. We started calling it Tire Cemetery as a joke, but there was nothing funny about how it made me feel. Then we saw it. Hanging from a branch about 20 feet ahead was what looked like a baby doll. It was suspended by a rope around its neck, dangling about 7 feet off the ground. Its plastic arms and legs swayed slightly, even though there wasn't any wind. The doll's eyes had been gouged out, leaving 2 black holes staring at nothing. Before I could even process that, Ben grabbed my arm and pointed to the ground beneath the doll. There was a dog, or what was left of one. It had been gutted, its insides ripped out and spread around it in some kind of pattern. The blood looked fresh. I'm not ashamed to admit I nearly threw up. The sight was so unexpected and horrific that my brain couldn't make sense of it at first. "We need to leave," Ben said, his voice cracking. "Now." We turned and ran. I don't remember much about the journey back except that we didn't stop running until we reached the cemetery. Only then did we slow down to catch our breath, constantly looking behind us. "What the fuck was that?" I panted. "Someone's sick idea of a ritual or something," Ben said. "Let's get out of here." We made it back to my house and tried to rationalize what we'd seen. Maybe it was just teenagers being edgy. Maybe someone was trying to scare people away from their marijuana grow or meth lab. We came up with all sorts of explanations, none of which made us feel better. We didn't tell anyone. Who would believe us? And if they did, what could they do? We had no proof, and I wasn't about to lead the police through miles of forest to find a place I never wanted to see again. A month passed. The memory started to fade, or at least I thought it had. Then one Saturday, Ben showed up at my door. "I've been thinking about that place," he said. "The tire cemetery." My stomach dropped. "What about it?" "I think we overreacted. It was probably just some sick prank. We should go back and see if there's any actual evidence of something illegal happening. We could report it." "Are you insane?" "We are never going back there." But Ben was persistent, and somehow he convinced me. Maybe it was because I wanted to prove to myself that it wasn't as bad as I remembered. Maybe I wanted to face my fears. Whatever the reason, it was a mistake. We took the same route, down the same dirt roads. Everything seemed normal until we turned onto Ravenhill Cemetery Road. That's when I got the first warning sign that we should turn back. About halfway to the cemetery, we saw a dog sitting in the middle of the road. Not just any dog. This thing was massive. It looked like a Cane Corso mixed with a pit bull, all muscle and power. Its coat was jet black, and its eyes, I'll never forget those eyes. They were a bright orange-amber color that seemed to glow even in daylight. Next to the dog was a metal food bowl, empty. The dog didn't bark, it didn't growl, it just sat there, completely still, watching us. Something about its posture made it clear we weren't welcome. "Let's go around," Ben whispered. "Through the trees." I was hesitant, but the alternative was turning back, and I could tell Ben wasn't going to do that. So we slowly moved off the path and into the tree line, keeping our eyes on the dog the whole time. It never moved, just turned its head to follow our movement, those orange eyes never blinking. We made a wide arc through the woods, planning to rejoin the path past where the dog was sitting. That's when Ben's phone, which had been in his pocket, suddenly started blasting music at full volume. It was Walk by Pantera. I remember the exact lyrics that played. "Respect, walk. What did you say?" Ben fumbled with his phone, trying to turn it off. "What the hell? I don't even have this song." I looked back toward the road while Ben was fighting with his phone. The dog had stood up. It was still silent, but its posture had changed. Its muscles were tense, and those orange eyes were locked directly on us. "Ben," I said, my voice barely audible, "we need to go. Now." He looked up from his phone, saw the dog, and nodded. Without another word, we turned and ran back the way we came. I don't know if the dog followed us. I never looked back. We ran all the way to the main road, then walked the 5 miles back to town in silence, constantly checking behind us. Later that night, Ben called me. "Dude, I checked my phone. That song isn't in my library. It's not on any playlist. I don't even listen to Pantera." "Maybe you downloaded it by accident." "No, that's not it. And think about the lyrics. Respect, walk, like respect the warning and walk away. And then the dog standing up right at that moment. I wanted to dismiss it, but I couldn't. The silence of the forest, the hanging doll, the mutilated dog, the guardian at the entrance with those unnatural orange eyes, the mysterious music warning us away. We never went back to the tire cemetery, never even went near Ravenhill Cemetery Road again. Whatever was happening there, it wasn't meant for us to discover. I still live in Blackthorn County. Sometimes when I'm driving on those back roads, I think about taking that turn, just to see if the sign is still there, to see if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember those orange eyes, and I keep driving. Some warnings you just need to heed. Whatever was guarding that place beyond the cemetery wanted to be left alone, and I'm happy to oblige. Story 20. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that night last fall. 20 years of hauling loads across every state in the continental US, and nothing prepared me for what happened at that godforsaken rest area in the middle of nowhere. I was doing my usual Minnesota to Kansas City run, hauling timber. Nothing special about the job, just another night on the road. I'd done this route dozens of times before, The weather that evening felt odd though. Not stormy exactly, but heavy somehow, like the air had weight to it. Around midnight, my eyes started getting heavy, so I decided to pull into this little rest stop off the highway. I remember checking my watch, 12:17 exactly, and thinking I'd just take a quick 15, splash some water on my face, and be back on the road. The place was dead quiet when I pulled in. Just two other vehicles there. This ancient RV that looked like it hadn't moved in years, and some beat-up sedan with Missouri plates. The parking lot lights were flickering, which didn't help the creepy vibe. You know those old sodium lights that give everything this sickly yellow glow? Yeah, those. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box, habit from years on the road, and headed toward the bathroom building. That's when I first noticed how wrong the silence felt. I've been to plenty of deserted rest stops at odd hours. The middle of nowhere always has some kind of noise, wind, distant traffic, insects, something. But this place, nothing, like someone had hit the mute button on the world. That RV caught my eye right away. It wasn't just old, it looked abandoned. The kind of vehicle you'd expect to see in a junkyard, not a functioning rest area. Paint peeling off in sheets, windows so grimy you couldn't see inside, curtains drawn, but something about it made the hair on my arms stand up, like it was watching me. As I walked toward the bathroom, I heard footsteps behind me, clear as day, that unmistakable sound of boots on asphalt. I spun around, flashlight ready, but there was nobody there, just the empty parking lot, my truck, and those two vehicles. I figured maybe it was just an echo of my own steps, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The bathroom was even worse than I expected. One of those concrete block structures that looks like it was built in the 60s and hadn't been properly cleaned since. Only one of the three lights was working, flickering like it was about to give up. The place smelled like bleach mixed with something foul underneath. I did my business as quick as I could, washed my hands, and splashed some cold water on my face. That's when I heard it. Whispering. At first, I thought it was just water in the pipes, but then it got clearer, not words exactly, more like urgent murmuring coming from outside. I stood frozen at that sink for what felt like forever, just listening. My hands were dripping water onto the floor, but I couldn't move. When I finally worked up the nerve to leave the bathroom, the whispering seemed to be coming from the direction of that RV. I know what you're thinking. Why the hell would I walk toward creepy whispering in the middle of the night? I've asked myself that 1,000 times since. All I can say is something pulled me that way, like I wasn't fully in control of my own feet. As I got closer to the RV, I could see movement inside through a gap in one of the curtains, just shadows shifting around. Then I heard a woman's voice, clearer than the whispers, urgent and frightened. "Please, help me. Is someone out there? Please." I hesitated at the door. Every instinct told me to get back in my truck and drive away. But what if someone was actually in trouble? 20 years on the road, I've helped plenty of stranded motorists. It's what we do. I knocked on the RV door, 3 quick taps. "Hello? Everything okay in there?" The door cracked open about 6 inches, and there she was, a woman maybe in her 30s, with tangled dark hair and the most haunted-looking eyes I've ever seen. She was wearing what looked like a flannel nightgown, and her hands were trembling as she clutched the door. "You need to leave," she whispered, her voice shaking. "They're coming. They always come when someone stops here. You need to go right now." "Who's coming? Are you in trouble? Do you need me to call someone?" I pulled my phone out, but there was no signal, not unusual for remote stretches like this. She glanced over her shoulder like she was afraid of being overheard. "It's too late. They've already noticed you. They'll come for you now." "Oh God, I'm so sorry. I tried to warn you." Before I could ask what the hell she was talking about, I heard something from the tree line at the edge of the rest area, a rustling sound, too deliberate to be wind. I turned my flashlight toward the noise and nearly dropped it when the beam landed on them. They were, I don't even know how to describe them. Like people, but not quite. Shadowy figures moving between the trees. 3, maybe 4 of them. Too dark to make out features. Just these black silhouettes with odd, jerky movements. Not walking exactly, more like gliding. The woman grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in with surprising strength. We have to run. The forest is our only chance. My truck is right there, I said, pointing. We can just drive. No, she hissed. They'll stop the engine. They always do. The forest, it's our only chance. Please. Those shadow things were moving faster now, coming toward the rest area from all sides. I looked at my truck, calculating whether we could make it, when one of the figures suddenly appeared right next to it. Not like it ran there, like it just blinked from one spot to another. That's when my decision was made for me. The woman pulled on my arm, and we ran toward the back of the rest area, away from the highway, into the dense trees beyond. I still had my flashlight, thankfully, though its beam seemed to be growing weaker by the second. We crashed through underbrush, branches whipping at our faces. I could hear those things behind us, not footsteps, but a weird sliding sound, like paper dragging across concrete, and that goddamn whispering getting louder. What are they? I gasped as we ran. I don't know, she panted. I've been running from them for I don't even know how long anymore. My car broke down 3 nights ago, or was it 4? They were already here. They're always here. We'd been running for maybe 10 minutes when we stumbled into a small clearing, and there it was, an old cabin, half collapsed, like something out of a nightmare. But it was shelter. In there, the woman said, quickly. The cabin door was hanging off its hinges. We pushed inside, and I helped her drag an ancient dresser across the doorway. The place was filthy, dust everywhere, rotting floorboards, what looked like animal nests in the corners, a single room with the remains of a bed frame, a rusty wood stove, and not much else. They can't come in unless we let them, she said, breathing hard. But they'll try to trick us. They'll sound like people we know. Whatever happens, don't open that door. I was about to ask more questions when the whispering started again, right outside the cabin. But now I could make out words. Jack, we know you're tired, Jack. We can help you rest. Just open the door, Jack. My blood turned to ice. I never told the woman my name. How do they know my name? I whispered. She just shook her head, eyes wide with fear. The voices changed then, multiplied. They sounded like people I knew, my ex-wife, my brother in Ohio, my dispatcher, all calling to me, asking me to open the door, saying they were worried, they just wanted to help. Something started scratching at the walls then, not like animals, more deliberate. Slow, methodical scraping, moving around the perimeter of the cabin. The shadows of those things passed by the single dirty window, blocking what little moonlight filtered through. They'll keep at it until dawn, the woman whispered. That's when they're weakest. I checked my watch, just after 1 in the morning. Hours to go. What's your name? I asked, trying to stay calm. She hesitated like she had to think about it. Ellie, I think. It's been a while since anyone asked. The scratching got louder, and now it sounded like they were digging under the cabin, trying to come up through the floor. I swept my flashlight around the room, looking for anything we could use as a weapon. That's when I spotted it in the corner, an old axe with a rusted head. I grabbed it, feeling slightly better with something solid in my hands. The weight of it was reassuring. What do they want? I asked Ellie. She hugged herself, rocking slightly. Everything. They want everything that makes you, you. I've seen what happens when they catch someone. The voices outside changed tactics then, becoming angry, threatening. They knew things about me they couldn't possibly know. Private things, mistakes I'd made, people I'd hurt, the kind of secrets you take to your grave. Don't listen, Ellie said. That's how they get in your head. For hours, we huddled in that cabin while those things circled and scratched and whispered. The temperature dropped until I could see our breath. My flashlight died completely around 3 a.m., leaving us in near total darkness. The only light came from occasional glimpses of the moon when clouds parted. Around 4 in the morning, they started hitting the cabin, hard, coordinated impacts that shook the whole structure. Dust rained down from the ceiling. A board cracked somewhere. They're getting desperate, Ellie whispered. Dawn is coming. One particularly violent impact knocked the dresser away from the door. It swung open, and there they were, 3 shadow figures, darker than the night around them. They had shapes like people but moved all wrong, like they were puppets with too many joints. I swung the axe without thinking, catching the nearest one with the rusty blade. There was resistance, like hitting something solid, and a sound like tearing fabric. The thing made a noise, not human, not animal, but a high, thin sound that hurt my ears. It recoiled, and I swung again, pushing them back long enough to slam the door shut and drag the dresser back in place. "They're weakening," Ellie said, hope in her voice for the first time. "We might make it." The attacks grew less coordinated after that. The whispering became fainter. By the time my watch showed 5:30, they had gone silent. First light would be coming soon. "We should go now," Ellie said. "While they're retreating, your truck might start." We moved the dresser and peered outside. The forest was silent, normal. Birds were starting to wake up. We walked back toward the rest area, tense and ready to run, but nothing followed us. When we reached the parking lot, early dawn light was breaking over the trees. My truck was still there, and so was that beat-up sedan. The RV was gone. "That's impossible," I said. "There's no way that thing could have driven off without us hearing it." Ellie looked confused. "What RV?" "The one you came out of. The one where I found you." She shook her head slowly. "Jack, I was hiding in my car when you arrived. That sedan over there. I never saw any RV." Before I could process that, we heard engines approaching. A state trooper car pulled into the rest area, followed by a tow truck. The trooper got out, hand resting casually on his holster. "Everything all right here?" he asked, looking between us suspiciously. I tried to explain what happened, but even as the words came out, I knew how crazy it sounded. The trooper clearly thought we were on something, or that I had picked up Ellie for less innocent reasons. But then the tow truck driver spoke up. "This rest area? Yeah, we get calls about it all the time. Weird stuff. Department of Transportation has been talking about tearing it down for years." The trooper looked annoyed but didn't contradict him. Ellie's car wouldn't start. Battery completely drained. The tow truck took it to the nearest town, with Ellie riding along. Before she left, she squeezed my hand. "They'll follow us, you know. Not right away, but they'll find us again. They always do." I got in my truck, half expecting it wouldn't start, but the engine turned over right away. I delivered my load to Kansas City 8 hours late with a story my dispatcher definitely didn't believe. That was 3 months ago. I've changed routes since then, sticking to daylight hours when I can. But sometimes, when I'm driving at night and pass a lonely rest area, I hear whispering just at the edge of my hearing. And in my rearview mirror, I catch glimpses of shadows moving in ways shadows shouldn't. I don't stop at rest areas after dark anymore. And if I ever see that RV again, I'll keep driving until I run out of road. Story 21. I still can't believe what happened to me 2 years ago. I've been a long-haul driver for about 9 years now. Nothing special. Just me, my truck, and thousands of miles of American highway every month. I've seen plenty of weird stuff on the road, but nothing that's ever made me question my sanity like that night in summer of 2015. I was on a routine run from Austin to Kansas City, hauling a trailer full of electronics, the kind of job I'd done 100 times before. I prefer driving at night, less traffic, cooler temperatures, and I've always been a bit of a night owl anyway. This particular night I'd been pushing hard, trying to make good time. I remember checking my watch around 1 in the morning as I was cruising up Highway 281, somewhere about 2 hours south of Wichita. That's when I first noticed something wasn't right. I hadn't seen another vehicle for at least 45 minutes, not even a pair of headlights in the distance. Now, rural Kansas isn't exactly Times Square at night, but even at that hour, you usually see the occasional truck or car. The emptiness felt wrong somehow. My second clue that something was off was the complete absence of any roadside markers. No mile signs, no gas station billboards, nothing. Just the endless ribbon of asphalt cutting through the darkness, and my headlights illuminating maybe 50 feet ahead. The moon was hidden behind clouds, making everything beyond my headlights pitch black. I reached for my GPS to check how much further I had to go when it started glitching out. The screen flickered, then suddenly recalculated my route. According to this new route, there was an unmarked road coming up on my right that would supposedly shave an hour off my drive time. I remember laughing to myself at first. I'd driven this route dozens of times, and there was no shortcut that could save an hour. But sure enough, a few minutes later, I saw what looked like a turnoff. It wasn't marked on any of my maps, and there was no road sign, just a crumbling, unpaved path cutting through the trees. Looking back, I don't know why I turned. I was tired, I guess, and the thought of getting to my destination an hour earlier was tempting. Maybe it was simple curiosity. Whatever the reason, I slowed my rig and made the turn. The moment my tires hit that road, I felt something. It was like crossing an invisible line where the air itself changed. The temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees instantly. I actually checked my AC to see if it had kicked into overdrive, but it was running normally. There was this pressure too, like when a storm is coming and your ears need to pop, but they won't. The road was awful, rutted and broken, with potholes that made my trailer creak alarmingly. Trees crowded in from both sides, creating a tunnel effect that made me feel claustrophobic. My headlights caught their twisted trunks and branches that seemed to reach toward my truck. I know how that sounds, but that's honestly what it looked like. After about 15 minutes of this, with no signs of improvement in the road conditions, I started seriously questioning my decision. My GPS was still insisting this was the fastest route, but the screen kept flickering, and the estimated arrival time jumped around wildly. I was just about to find a place to turn around when I spotted something by the side of the road. At first I thought it was a deer or maybe a roadside marker I hadn't noticed approaching. But as I got closer, I realized it was a person standing there, just standing. At 1:30 in the morning, in the middle of nowhere, on this godforsaken excuse for a road. I slowed down, thinking maybe it was someone in trouble. The figure was wearing dark clothing with some kind of hood pulled up, obscuring their face completely. They were just standing there, perfectly still, facing the road. I rolled down my window and called out, "Hey, you okay?" Nothing. No movement, no acknowledgement. Just that unnatural stillness. Need a ride somewhere? I tried again, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the heavy air. Still nothing. By this point, every instinct was screaming at me to get the hell out of there. I was about to roll up my window and drive on when the figure moved. It wasn't a normal movement. It was jerky, mechanical, like watching old stop-motion animation. One foot lifted and moved forward, but the rest of the body stayed completely rigid. That's when I floored it. My truck's engine roared as I sped down that awful road, the trailer bouncing so hard I was worried something would break. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see that figure somehow keeping pace with my truck, but there was nothing behind me except darkness. I was properly scared now, but also completely lost. My GPS kept recalculating every few seconds, the screen glitching worse than before. The road seemed to go on forever, twisting through the dense trees with no signs of ending or connecting to a main highway. After what felt like another 20 minutes of driving, though my sense of time was completely shot by then, I spotted a structure set back from the road. It was an old farmhouse, the kind that might have been nice 60 or 70 years ago, but had long since fallen into disrepair. The white paint was almost completely gone, leaving weathered gray wood. One of the front porch columns was broken, making the roof sag precariously. There were no lights on, no cars in the dirt driveway. It looked abandoned. As I drove past, something made me look at the second floor window. I wish to God I hadn't. There was a face pressed against the glass. Not a normal face. This was pale, so pale it was almost glowing in the darkness. Gaunt, with sunken cheeks and eyes that were just empty. Black holes in that white face. It wasn't moving, just staring directly at me as I passed. I felt like I couldn't breathe. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly lost control of the wheel. I remember pressing the accelerator down as far as it would go, my truck protesting as I pushed it well beyond what was safe on that terrible road. I don't know how long I drove after that. Time seemed to blur, with the same twisted trees and broken road stretching endlessly ahead. I was nearly in tears, convinced I was somehow trapped in this nightmare forever, when I finally saw something different ahead, a faint yellowish glow in the distance. As I got closer, I realized it was an old gas station, not one of the modern chains, but a relic from decades past. A single island with two ancient pumps and a small building with a flickering light inside. I didn't care if it was open or not. I just needed to stop somewhere that showed signs of humanity. I pulled in and shut off my engine with hands that wouldn't stop trembling. The silence after the truck's rumble died was absolute. No crickets, no distant traffic, nothing, just dead silence. The door to the small building opened, and an elderly man stepped out. He had the most weathered face I've ever seen, like old leather that had been left in the sun for decades. His eyes were sharp, though, taking in my truck and me with open suspicion. "You lost, son?" he called out as I climbed down from my cab. "I think so," I replied, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. I was on Highway 281 and took what my GPS said was a shortcut. I've been on this road for almost an hour now. The old man's expression changed to something I couldn't quite read. Concern, maybe, or fear. "Ain't no road connects to 281 around here, except the main ones," he said slowly. "Where exactly did you turn off?" I tried to explain about the unmarked road, the GPS recalculating, everything. With each detail, the old man's face grew grimmer. Finally, he said, "That road was closed off years ago. County sealed it up after what happened out there." "What happened?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. He hesitated. Then, "Fella lived out there with his family. Nice enough, kept to themselves mostly. Then one winter, something in him just broke. Killed his wife, his 3 kids. Set the house on fire. By the time anyone realized what was happening, it was too late." I felt ice in my veins. "When was this?" 1978, he said. "County tried to keep it quiet, but some things leave a mark. People started reporting strange sightings out that way. Folks in the road who weren't there. Lights in that burned-out house. County finally just blocked the road off, rerouted the maps. You couldn't possibly have been driving on it." But I had been. I described the house I'd seen, not burned out at all, just old and decrepit. The old man shook his head. "That house burned to the foundation. There's nothing left but charred beams." He must have seen the terror on my face because his expression softened. He gave me directions back to the highway, a different route that he promised would get me back to familiar territory. I thanked him, hands still shaking as I climbed back into my truck. I followed his directions exactly, not daring to deviate or check my GPS, which had finally stopped working altogether. After about 30 minutes, I hit a paved road, and 10 minutes after that, I was back on Highway 281 with normal road signs and the occasional passing car. I've tried to convince myself it was all just exhaustion playing tricks on my mind, that I took a wrong turn onto some old county road and my tired brain filled in the rest. But I know what I saw, that figure in the road, the face in the window, and sometimes, late at night when I'm on a lonely stretch of highway, I swear I can feel that same heavy air pressing down on me, that same sense of crossing a boundary into somewhere I shouldn't be. I avoid that stretch of Highway 281 now. I'll take the long way around, add hours to my trip if I have to. Some roads aren't on any map for a reason. Some places should stay forgotten. Story 22. I still can't sleep right. It's been 2 weeks since it happened, and I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to make sense of it. I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened that night on the highway through Montana has shaken everything I thought I knew about reality. I'd been on the road for almost 10 hours that day, driving from Seattle to visit my brother in Billings. I'm not a fan of flying, and the drive through Washington, Idaho, and Montana is actually pretty scenic, so I figured I'd make a road trip out of it. My Subaru Outback was loaded with snacks, energy drinks, and my favorite playlists to keep me company. It was late October, around the 27th or 28th, and the weather had been decent most of the way, cold but clear. I'd planned to stop in Missoula for the night before finishing the drive the next day. The sun was starting to set earlier, and by 5 in the afternoon, the light was already fading as I drove through the Lolo National Forest area on Highway 93. That's when I saw him. A lone figure standing on the shoulder, thumb out, a backpack at his feet. I normally don't pick up hitchhikers. Who does these days? But something about this guy made me slow down. Maybe it was the dropping temperature, or the fact that we were miles from anywhere, or maybe I was just getting road weary and wanted some company to help keep me alert. Whatever the reason, I pulled over. The guy looked normal enough, mid-30s maybe, average height, wearing a flannel shirt and jeans with a faded green jacket. His hair was dark and a bit messy, like he hadn't had a proper shower in a day or two. When I rolled down my window, he smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Where you headed?" I asked. "Missoula," he replied, his voice surprisingly soft for his build. Perfect, I thought. That was exactly where I was stopping for the night. "Hop in," I said. "I'm going that way." He grabbed his backpack, a worn canvas thing that had seen better days, and tossed it in the back seat before climbing into the passenger side. As soon as he closed the door, the temperature inside the car seemed to drop a few degrees. I blamed it on the door being open and cranked up the heater a notch. "I'm Ryan," I said, extending my hand after pulling back onto the highway. He hesitated for a moment before shaking it. His hand was ice cold. "Sam," he replied. Just one word. No last name offered. I tried the usual small talk. "Where are you coming from, Sam?" He stared out the windshield. "Been walking a while." "Yeah? Where'd you start from?" Another pause. "Does it matter?" That was my first red flag. I chalked it up to him being one of those private types, maybe running from something or someone. Not my business, I figured, as long as he wasn't dangerous. But the way he sat, unnaturally still, barely even seeming to breathe, started to make me uncomfortable. The miles stretched on, and the silence in the car grew heavier. The sun had fully set now, and the highway was dark except for my headlights and the occasional passing car. The forest pressed in on both sides of the road, pitch black beyond the asphalt. I tried again. "So, what's in Missoula? You got family there?" Sam's head turned toward me slowly, too slowly. "No family," he said, then added, "Not anymore." Something in his tone made my skin crawl. I focused on the road, gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. "You?" he asked suddenly. "You have family?" "Yeah," I replied. "My brother's in Billings. That's where I'm headed ultimately. Just stopping in Missoula for the night." Sam nodded, then went quiet again. Minutes passed. The radio had been playing softly in the background, but now it started to crackle with static. I fiddled with it, trying to find the station again, but eventually gave up and turned it off. "It doesn't like electronics," Sam said, so quietly I almost didn't hear him. "What doesn't?" He didn't answer. The next hour was one of the most unsettling of my life. Sam would stare out the window for long stretches, then suddenly ask me bizarre, disconnected questions. "Do you ever think about what happens when we die? Have you ever done something you can't take back? Do you believe people get second chances?" Each time, before I could fully respond, he'd go quiet again, as if he wasn't really interested in my answers. I started counting the miles to Missoula in my head, wishing I'd never stopped for this weirdo. Around 7:30, we passed a sign saying Missoula was 50 miles ahead. I felt relief wash over me. Less than an hour and I could drop this guy off and be done with whatever this was. That's when Sam suddenly became more animated. "You need to turn up ahead," he said. I frowned. "Turn where?" "This highway goes straight to Missoula. There's a road coming up on the right, an old logging road. We need to take it." The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Why would we do that? "I'm staying on the highway." Sam leaned forward slightly, his eyes reflecting my dashboard lights in a way that made them look hollow. "It's a shortcut. Saves 20 minutes. I'm not taking some dirt road through the forest at night," I said firmly. "I don't know the area." "But I do," he insisted. His voice had changed subtly, gaining an edge I hadn't heard before. I know these roads very well. I gripped the steering wheel harder. My palms were sweating despite the chill in the car. We drove in tense silence for another 10 minutes, and then I saw it ahead, a small, unmarked dirt road cutting into the dense forest on the right. There was no sign, no indication it led anywhere except deeper into blackness. Just looking at it made my stomach clench. "Turn here," Sam said, an urgency in his voice. "Turn here now." Instead, I pressed down on the accelerator and sped past the turnoff. The change in Sam was instant and terrifying. He twisted in his seat to face me fully, and I swear the temperature in the car plummeted. My breath came out in a visible cloud. "You should have turned," he whispered, but somehow his voice filled the entire car. "It's too late now. You can't outrun it." "Outrun what?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "What the hell are you talking about?" Sam's face split into a smile that was all wrong. Too wide, too many teeth. "Did you ever wonder why I was walking alone on this highway, Ryan? Did you ever ask yourself what I might be running from?" I wanted to pull over and kick him out, but we were in the middle of nowhere, and something told me that stopping the car would be a very bad idea, so I kept driving, pushing 10 miles over the speed limit now. "Or maybe," he continued, his voice dropping even lower, "you should be asking what I did, something so bad there's no coming back from it, something they're still looking for me for." My heart was hammering in my chest. "Look, man, I don't want any trouble. I'm just giving you a ride to Missoula, that's all." Sam laughed, a hollow sound. "Missoula. Yes, I never made it there 20 years ago. Maybe I will tonight." 20 years ago? What was he talking about? The guy sitting next to me couldn't be older than 35. I was about to respond when my headlights caught something in the road ahead, a deer frozen in the middle of the lane. I slammed on the brakes and swerved, missing it by inches. The car fishtailed slightly before I got it back under control. "Jesus!" I gasped, my heart in my throat. I glanced over at Sam. The passenger seat was empty. I nearly drove off the road in shock. I hadn't heard the door open. There was no way he could have jumped out at the speed we were going, but he was gone. Completely gone. I pulled over immediately, turning on my hazards and the interior light. I checked the back seat, the floor, even looked under the car with my phone flashlight. Nothing. No Sam. But his backpack was still there in the back seat. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. I sat back in the driver's seat, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I imagined the whole thing? Was I so tired I'd hallucinated a passenger? But the backpack was real. I reached back and grabbed it, setting it on the now empty passenger seat. It felt substantial, solid, not like something I was imagining. After a few minutes of sitting there, jumping at every sound from the surrounding forest, I decided I needed to get moving again. Missoula wasn't far, and I desperately needed to be around other people, in a well-lit place. I drove the rest of the way to town in a state of hyper-awareness, constantly checking my mirrors and the empty seat beside me. I found the first well-lit motel I could and checked in, bringing Sam's backpack with me. I know I should have left it or turned it into the police, but I needed to know if there was any explanation inside. In my room, with the door locked and chained, I finally worked up the courage to open it. Inside was a change of clothes, a water bottle, some granola bars, and an old leather wallet. The wallet contained no ID, just a few worn dollar bills and a yellowed newspaper clipping, folded and refolded so many times the creases were starting to tear. With trembling fingers, I unfolded it. The headline read, "Local man missing after highway disappearance." The article was dated October 29, 2003, exactly 20 years ago, almost to the day. It described how a man named Samuel Henderson had last been seen hitchhiking on Highway 93 near Lolo National Forest. The grainy photo accompanying the article made my blood run cold. It was Sam, the same Sam who'd been sitting in my car just hours earlier. The article went on to mention that police suspected foul play, as Henderson had recently been questioned in connection with the disappearance of 2 hikers in the area. They'd found evidence in his apartment, but he vanished before they could arrest him. The last paragraph noted that an unidentified witness had reported picking him up and dropping him off near an old logging road, but extensive searches of the area yielded nothing. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I sat on the edge of the motel bed, the newspaper clipping trembling in my hands as the full horror of what had happened washed over me. Whatever, whoever I had picked up on that highway wasn't human, or if it once had been, it wasn't anymore, and it had tried to lure me down that same logging road where Sam Henderson had presumably met his end 20 years ago. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I took the backpack and the newspaper clipping to the local police station. The officer I spoke with listened to my story with obvious skepticism, but took the items and filed a report. I don't think he believed me. I'm not sure I would have believed me either. That was 2 weeks ago. I'm back home now, but I can't shake the feeling that something followed me back from that highway. Sometimes at night I wake up freezing cold, my breath clouding in front of my face even though my apartment is heated. And once, just once, I thought I heard a soft voice ask, "Do you believe in second chances, Ryan? I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore."